everybody! Welcome back to the Elden Ring lore run! It's finally time! I am feeling better, thank you for asking. Moderately better. Still not quite 100%, but that's okay. I really wanted to play this. I'm very excited. It's just very annoying when I get sick. This always happens these days. But I will go until I can't use my voice anymore. Elden Ring stories, precisely. Being dragged out by friends. Oh, thank you so much for hanging out, Con, and visiting. But yeah. Today, gamers. Sorry, my nose is itchy now. My nose is not runny, I think. It's just, I hate being sick. Anyway, what was I saying? Today, I think we'll be going to Shadow Altus. I think that's what we have left to do. But I don't really... I think I'm talking softer, so I'm gonna lower the game volume a little bit. We are going to do probably Shadow Altus. I don't remember if there's anything left to do that isn't Shadow Altus, but I think that Shadow Altus is what we have left, effectively. But I feel like there's another part of the map that I remember that I don't fully know, so we'll see. Allergies this weekend? Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. See Radon and how he married his brother and lived happily ever after? Yeah, for about 5 minutes before we... But, no, we're not going to see that tonight. We're not going to get that far. But we're getting there. We're starting to get to the truth of the matter. And Kush, thank you so much for 15 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much for supporting the stream 15 months in a row. Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm better. The new thing that happens now, ever since I had COVID, I've noticed that when I get sick, I'm sick for a couple days, but then for a week my voice is messed up and my throat hurts. That's like the new way. I don't know if it was COVID, but ever since COVID, this is what happens to me. So it's just one of those things. I think I just have a sensitive throat. Also, I don't have tonsils, so I think that might have something to do with it, because tonsils are supposed to help you or whatever. Who knows? You thought COVID is over? No, it's just like endemic now. But a lot of people have it. Probably just old. Only people who excuse their behavior or justify themselves as I'm too old to learn anything are old, in my opinion. You are what you say you are. So for example, I'm a bad bitch. You know what I mean? Only people who are old are people who are like, I'm too old to do X, Y, Z. I can't learn that. I'm too old. I hate that. It's such a pet peeve. I'm old. Don't give up. I'm Unk and Chopped. I love Chopped. I don't know. It's just it's a charming little word, isn't it? I don't think they have issue with you saying that. I think they have issue with the twisted Snapchat dog gif. But yeah, that's the plan for today. Lore, Shadow Altus, talk until I can't. I gave up on quitting. Okay. But yeah, I don't remember what we did last time. To be honest, it's been like a while since Elden Ring, so I actually don't remember what we did. I think we did the pink, not the pink, the blue and the red flower zones, which are just like woefully empty. I'm gonna have to return to them because we're not clear. But yeah, I think Shadow Altus is next, so let's go find out. Florisax lore? Florisax is basically done. All the lore of the dragons was tucked away in the little corner where Baal is. Sad, but true. Every time I see the double, what do you call these weapons? Great stars. Oh, they're so great. Oh, yeah, right. Not Night Rain, not Night Rain. Okay, all right, we're back. I'm back. I remember. Let's go. That's not how you run. Yeah. Taros Cerulean and Trina Pit. Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Perfect. Yep, R'hllana, her twin blades. Here and here alone were moon and fire ever together. Overlapping as though nestled against one another. I really wonder what the lands between would have been like if R'hllana had stayed in them. I think R'hllana might have ended with a different fate. Alas, their tragic attachment to hot red-haired boys. This is Night Rain 1. Yeah, so true. Okay, man, this screen is bright. There we go. Shadowlands are much nicer. Right, okay, we have to do this. I don't think I want to do these yet. Oh, wait, I have the map for the mountaintop now? Oh, hell yeah, that's what it is. It is weird. Perfect. I didn't even notice that we got that map. Perfect. All right, so, we obviously have this whole part of the map, and it's very like, what the F is that? We are just gonna wait and see what the F that is. Because I think it's just a better time to do it. Let's go here. I want to take a look over the edge over here to see what we can see. Flame of Mesmer is related with giants. It's quite poetic. I agree. Stars and Flame are together with R'hllana. Sort of yes and no, because R'hllana has the Sword of Night and Flame, but it effectively predates her. Perhaps that is her when she was an astrologer, before she became the queen of the full moon. So perhaps she was a key part of the alliance with the giants that the astrologers made. But otherwise, as far as we know throughout her history, the main thing about her is that she represents... Oh... Torrent done slipped. I wanted to see if we can see what's down there, and we can. I wanted to peek over the edge, but unfortunately, Torrent lost his footing. My intro music is clipping in and out? That's weird. Shouldn't be playing, it's not even on this scene. Sound A-okay? Alright. Yeah, not sure what that is, but everything's good on my end. Thanks for saying something though, because you never know. Honestly, I've had like audio problems and no one said anything, so it's like, it's, you know, thank you, just in case. So, yeah, what I was saying is that R'hllana, in her home, has the Sword of Night and Flame, which is, from what we can tell, probably... It's so confusing, though. Because the weapon itself is of the astrologers. Because it is, well, it's the Night and Flame, and it's associated with stars, and it's specifically, it uses a sorcery when you do one of the combos, and the sorcery is Comet Azure, which is strongly linked to the primordial sorcerers. So while R'hllana possesses it, and it's sort of like a symbol of her rule, she is no longer associated with stars at all, but of the moon. And in fact, she is completely opposed to the primeval sorcerers. So it puts her in a really interesting position. Do I have 2 Wraff tabs open? I shouldn't. I did that once by accident. No. Oh, the person was hearing 2 Wraffs. Oh. But yeah, no, there is a link between the primeval current and the night, but it's sort of tangential. Yeah, I just wanted to show this off because, well, if you look at the map, there's this weird thing, but there's also this weird thing down here. And one thing we've already learned about this map is it's exceptionally layered. So first we start here, but then we go underneath that and we go to Karo's Hidden Grave, and then underneath that is the Cerulean Coast, and then underneath that is the Fissure. But now we're starting to see that there might be something even lower. Ooh. Sword was close and protected. I don't want that correlated with me. I don't know. I think it might mean more like a historical thing, because Renala is the one who possesses it, unless because she is the one who holds the alliance with the giants, because she summons giants. So that sword is a symbol of her rule. The sword itself represents the alliance, presumably, because it literally is. That's sort of how alliances were created, to the point that when we complete a quest with another strongly hinted at Carian royal, or at the very least Carian weed, what's her name? Not Celibus. Selin. She gives you the Glintstone Chris, which represents a tie between the Academy and the Erdtree capital. That's how she swears an alliance to you. Of course, it doesn't go anywhere, but that's what it represents. And she's also a Carian. It's hinted very strongly, though we don't know her relation to them. We don't know if she's like a cousin, if she's another sister. Okay. Basically, the sword itself is like a symbol. And even though Renala now follows something else, the symbol retains its power. We've done this. We've done this. Is this Teolier? Isn't there a path that leads from Teolier? I feel like I'm just gonna double check, because I have this like vague memory that there's something around him, but I could be thinking of the coast. Oh no, this is something. Yes, the shack. Yee. The Hill of Swords that we see? I don't, what Hill of Swords? Thank you, I am feeling a bit better. It's just lingering. Pretty short compared to the rest of the family. Yeah, although we just don't know. The NPCs pretty much use the Tarnish model. But obviously, you know. Yes, near Poison Town, near Poison Boy. There it is. Oh, yes, I went this way. I just didn't continue. Isn't it this? No. Hang on. Is this it? Hang on 1 second. I think I went one way, but I wanted to go the other way too. I think this is what I'm thinking of. It's a little hard to figure out where the heck you are. No, this is not what I thought it was. Because the map is so stacked on top of itself, it can get a little annoying. Yeah, Renala does summon a troll, but calls it a giant. So it gets even more confusing because the trolls were the traitors who betrayed the giants. The trolls are the descendants of the giants and were mistreated by them, so they basically rose up against them. We see this repeated with the dragons, or the drakes, who rose up against Placidusax because he was oppressive. So it happens again and again and again. But yeah, that's the thing. If Renala and her people had an alliance with the giants, as it is said the astrologers do, well, she summons a troll who are the traitors to the giants who sided with the Erdtree. And as we saw before, it's even more interesting when we realize that the, I've been through here, I just want to remember what the closest grace is to this, because I can't remember. That even some of the ancient dragons sided against Placidusax. We learned that from this DLC. Because otherwise we've never seen them do so, but they did. I like River. Okay, that's what it is. Just different than I thought it was. Okay, perfect. Olympians are the descendants of the Titans? Yeah. Basically, a major theme, though, is, like, the oppressive forebears. Also, Renala, her soldiers are specifically trolls. She doesn't have any giant soldiers, she has troll knights. So it muddies the water even more, basically, is what I'm saying. What is this? Right. Part of why the trolls betray the giants was a request from Radigan. He and Renala were wed prior to the defeat of the fire giants. We don't really have a timeline of that, so that's just as possible as anything else. But I think that that Renala was the last piece made. Personally, just based on sort of how the game presents the marriage between Radigan and Renala through Turtle Pope. He talks about the peace created from that marriage. And I understand that he's sort of meant to give us some color about the world and whatnot, but to me, I think we can all agree that he is the most peaceful character in the story. All he talks about is how all things can be conjoined. That peace is effectively the highest calling and it should not be squandered. Like, that's basically his message. You can give him any spell, destructive fire spells or lightning spells or anything, and he just goes, all things can be conjoined. Heresy is not native to the world, right? So I think, to me, his message would be a little weakened if basically it's like, hey, so we made peace here, but they're warring with the giants and everyone's dying. But here there was peace. You know what I mean? I think that's why. Also, based on timeline, I genuinely think that the Fire Giant War was the very first war. I think that it was such an early war, in fact, that Radigan wasn't even an entity that was split yet at all, period. No one had known about him. I also think... Hey, gamers. I think that the Hornsent may have had a hand in the Fire Giants' war. In other words, Marika was fighting with them at the time. Personally. And as a result, you know, like, no Radigan at that time. From what we can tell, Radigan came later. And so, you see what I mean? Like, since Radigan, the whole story is that he just kind of came out of nowhere one day. Just this random warrior. That suggests he showed up as a separate entity, as a separate one, like separated, being the key word there, very late in the story relative to some of these other events. I think the fire giants were defeated when Marika was still with the Hornsent, which is why they called her a betrayer. Because after she had defeated all of their enemies, but if you think of their perspective, they sent her to war. Now, she didn't fight directly. She doesn't fight directly, but she was sort of the symbol. And she stood before the armies, and she spoke. And Godfrey, you know, she was like, to my lord Godfrey, she sent them to fight the giants, and she wanted to create an age glistening with life. From the Hornsent perspective, they defeated this fantastic foe that they've had for such a long time. And then when they come home, Marika's like, well, it can't end there. Because you guys are just as bad. So from their perspective, she's a betrayer. But from Marika's, she's just trying to make the world a better place. So that would mean Fire Giant, based on this timeline, would be like real early. Even before, yeah, the Veiling. Fought for them while knowing what they've done to her people? Yeah, because the Fire Giants were bad as well. Literally everyone was against the Fire Giants, even their descendants. In the Forbidden Catacomb, there is an imp head called Ancient One showing a man with horns in the Mountain Forbidden Catacomb. Where is that? Did I go there? Ancient One. Like, you can wear it? Is it a drop? Hey, Milo! Thanks so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the stream. I'm glad you enjoy the Elden Ring lore. Prince and we're fighting the giants. We know they were long-time enemies. Oh, actually, I said we were done with dragon lore, but I forgot about this, so not quite. Whee! So, this seals Spirit Springs. And you can see we have a Spirit Spring. This is the first time we've seen one of these. This is really cool. It's sealed with, well, spirit stones. They literally look like spirits. Let's knock this over. Oh, we can't because, well, it's spirits. So even the way that spirits can move can be sealed away in this place. This was likely something done by the Hornsent, because this is their land. Somewhere, a spirit spring has been unsealed. As discussed, even spirits being able to move is limited based on that. Mortalev, thank you so much for 9 months. Welcome back. Enjoy your new butterfly, and thanks for the continued support. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and butterflies. Imp Head Elder. Let's see. Do I have that? Oh, yeah. Largely unaltered head of an impish golem. Resembling an elder, it holds trace amounts of arcane knowledge. Lupine endurance, visage of a corpse. I mean, it is horned. Which is otherwise a very different depiction. But still, I mean, like, horns gives arcane. Now that you mention it. Okay, horns being linked to arcane is also very interesting now that you bring that up too. I never even just looked at that. I was just like, oh, just another fucking goat head. But no, absolutely. Because, yeah, so that's in the catacombs, one of the most ancient catacombs. And so the most ancient golems are there. And arcane is linked very strongly to the Formless Mother. Not entirely, not always, but she's the strongest link to blood. And blood often equals arcane. Why can Morgoth's shackle break the sealed spirit spring? I don't know. I personally consider it a cheese. I don't really think it's lore. I think it's just... Hang on, my camera's a little twisted than usual. Maybe there? Yeah. I don't think it's lore. I think it's just an interaction they didn't patch. I know they've had lots of time to patch it, and if, you know, it remains in the game, but to be honest, there's lots of things that I considered exploits that are still in the game, so I don't know, man. FromSoft's weird like that. I can't imagine it being intentional. It's too specific. I think it's just one of those things they didn't... It's a way to cheese. And it's fine. Because, you know, you can use it to, like, skip whole dungeons and stuff. I like the dungeons, so I just do them. I don't think it's intended. Therefore, I don't get its lore. Talisman of the Dread. Talisman depicting the dread dragon of the jagged peak, whose roars cause the peak's molten fury to boil and churn, raises potency of magma. Baal was the foul dragon's name, a terrible harbinger of destruction whose challenge to the ancient dragon lord ended in grievous mutual injury. O Baal, tyrant Drake, do your wounds yet ache? Is your fury still yet to crest its zenith? Hurry, hurry, and lay it all to waste. Lay waste to the proud, the conceited, every last one of that arrogant lot. So we get another perspective. Yes, it's calling for destruction, but specifically of the proud, the conceited, and the arrogant. Those, in other words, to translate and put it a different way, fury against those who consider them above others, consider themselves above others. And based on what we're seeing with, like, Placidusax, how he treats his subjects, his most loyal priestess, he takes from them. He does give in return, but if they ever fall asleep, they are lost to him forever. He gives them up. Yeah, Baal also has horns. Dragons generally have horns, but his are very distinctive. They're like ram's horns, yeah. So, if you would like, I don't know why you would, but if you would like, you can skip. You know what? What's the best? I would like to do it this way. You can skip Rolana. Well, this is a bit of a run. We should grab this. We are officially in Shadow Altus. Works on magma. Baal didn't really use magma. Magma's more connected to Volcano Manor and Rykard. I agree. It is one of the most destructive flames, though. Other than, like, Frenzy Flame. And the Giant's Flame, I guess. Ah, excuse me. Terry, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Here we go, baby. Shadow Altus. And just like Altus, it's gold. A lot golder. The sky is gold. But, well, shadow falls from the sky rather than rays of light. Also, remember to get up here, we took an elevator. You know what? I'm remembering that I missed something. Like, I think I missed a path. Someone was telling me about an item I missed in Castle Insis. We're gonna have to go back. But either way, we can talk to the NPCs here.
Hello again. Did you meet my compatriots? They're quite the congregation, from places as far and wide as you can imagine. Doubtless they'd have all come to blows at first glance, were it not for the charm kindly Mikola put upon us. This is what allows us to serve together, the work of a living god.
That's weird. That's a really weird thing to say, Needle Knight Letta. No, this is a base game helmet.
We are all utterly captivated by kindly Mikola. It is what binds us together.
Okay. Ask about the horn scent.
Wondering about the horn scent, are you? True enough. In any other circumstance, he'd be at our throats. Long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Messmer to purge the Tower folk. A cleansing by fire. It's no wonder the horn scent holds the Erdtree in contempt. That aside, man is by nature a creature of conquest. And in this regard, the Tower folk are no different. They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war, but it's still a wretched shame.
From the trailer, it's such an iconic line. I think that pretty much encapsulates the entire DLC.
Wondering about the horn scent, are you? True enough. Long
Okay,
ago,
perfect. Nothing new.
no
Thank you,
wonder,
Letta.
but
Thank
that
you, Letta.
aside,
Thank
and
you,
in this
Letta.
rig-
Thank
they
you,
will never
Letta.
say
Thank
they
you,
just
Letta.
happened,
Thank
but
you,
it's
Letta.
still a
Thank
wretched
you, Letta. Oh my god, what a yapper. Am I right? Hi, Hornsant.
You have a knack for timing, my fellow. I found the site of a new cross. Take this.
New cross map.
Mikola has said as much himself. He wishes now to throw it all away. He says the act, though undoubtedly painful, will sear clean the Erdtree's wanton sin. The truth of his claim can be found at each cross, which is evidence enough to earn my belief. Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken place, blood must spill. The blood of your fellows, the Erdtree faithful.
How nice. These people are so nice and so very friendly. Everything here is very normal. Oh, I forgot to read this, but it's just another pot, but still cool. Okay. New cross map. Cool. Monk's Missive. A letter bearing a terse message and an illustration of a monk, his hands held together. Seek me to the east if you wish to pursue the way of the warrior. When you find me, you will challenge me to a bout. There is no need for words. All right, a lot of lore, a lot of stuff to talk about. Okay, number one. Well, Letta basically just says, we would be enemies, but Mikola charmed us, so now we're allies. She knows. She 100% knows what's going on here. She is fully aware of the situation. She has insight that the others don't really seem to. She directly serves Mikola. She is a Needle Knight. None of the others serve Mikola. They're like, yeah, I serve Radon, but I serve Mikola now. Yeah, I served Moog, but now I serve Mikola. Yeah, I follow Mikola. Like, they're almost confused, a lot of them. And also, none of them have done anything or moved at all. It's like they're frozen. It's like they're waiting. It's like they're puzzle pieces, or more like chess pieces on a board, standing in place. The only one that has moved is Letta, so far. We've met her a couple times. We've heard notes left behind by her. Hornsent has also moved. But generally, they're very eerie and uncanny when you talk to them. Except Letta, even more so. But she just, as is said, says the quiet part out loud. She knows. They are all charmed. It's very troubling to me that she sees no issue that they would be enemies, because that's what it means, come to blows, right? Or you could say they just wouldn't get along. But to me, that means that they would be enemies, that they would fight, potentially kill one another because they're completely opposed. But Mikola has charmed them all. It's creepy. She knows, and she supports it because she considers it a good thing. She also talks about the Hornsent and what happened. So we ask about this Hornsent, and it's a bit confusing because this is Hornsent, that's his name. He doesn't get another name, but also we're talking about the Hornsent as in the general people. But Letta refers to them as the Tower Folk because they lived in Bellerod, the Tower City, the Tower Settlement, right? So she says effectively that Mesmer was ordered by Queen Marika, the Erdtree people, to purge the Hornsent, this cleansing fire, right? They were there. That's what the crusade was. And we don't have the full picture yet, but we're starting to see this land was burned by Mesmer and this crusade, and they've been fighting for so long. This is one of the first wars that started, and they're still fighting to this day. This is even longer term than the Shattering. The Shattering is a war that destroyed the land, but this one started way before it and still hasn't ended. This land is in shadow for many different reasons, and one of them is just how long that war has been going on. We also hear from her that Mikola is here to fix it. Or sorry, I think Hornsent might have said that. He is trying to make up for the Erdtree's sin, the Erdtree's wanton sin, right? Now, of course, if we're paying attention, and we have been, we're doing a lore run, we'd be noticing that what Letta says has a point. They were never saints. They were just on the losing side of a war. We already see some of the crimes that they've committed. Those jails were fucking unhinged. I don't think there's anything more twisted in this entire game than those jails, personally. If I was to do the most fucked up shit in Elden Ring, like tier list, I'm pretty confident I would put the jail on top. It's fucking horrific. Everyone suffers there. And keep in mind, another thing about the Hornsent, we don't learn what a crime looks like in their culture. Like, are people being tossed in there for jaywalking? You know, oh, you crossed the street one time, you stole a loaf of bread to feed your family. Well, that's a crime. You go into the saint pot. We don't know. But they literally locked people up and threw away the key. Those jails were not designed to be opened, pretty much. Like, they're so horrifically designed. And this is what they did to their own people. I wonder what they did to other people. Of course, Hornsent is a Hornsent. So for him, well, he's here for vengeance. However, he's also supporting Mikola because Mikola is trying to make up for what happened. So he's supportive of him as far as we know.
Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken place, blood must spill. The blood of your fellows, the Erdtree faithful.
Except, who is Erdtree faithful here? Well, Mesmer. And us. As far as we know, no one else in this entire place is an Erdtree faithful. The soldiers, sure, but really that's pretty much it. We are here to kill. We're always here to kill. We're the Tarnished. It's not unusual. But there's something really particularly twisted about the Hornsent. Look at him. He's wearing dirty, stinky rags. He's got, like, hairy-ass worms on his face. No shoes. Bro is on a mission. And this is a mission that doesn't involve showering. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here my heart. So here's Mikola, still cutting off arms and legs and organs and body parts and Doubt and his twin half. And according to Hornsent, it's painful, but it's something he has to do to make up for the Erdtree sin, which I find pretty interesting because Mikola has tried to do a lot of different things, and one of his things was to try to grow his own Erdtree. So he is, of course, under the category of Erdtree faithful, but really he spent a whole lot of his life trying to change that, I suppose. But now he's on this new kick where, okay, first of all, let's try to think of an order. First, he was raised in the Golden Order. He left the Golden Order, and he left for Melania because the Golden Order couldn't do anything for her. Okay, so that's one religion basically he turned his back on. And then, probably pretty close to that, he started growing the Halig tree. He likely used shoots of the Erdtree itself or something, because he fed a bud his own blood to grow it, but that bud had to come from something, an existing tree, probably the Erdtree. He was trying to make his own. And this was before the minor Erdtrees, as far as we know, because the minor Erdtrees were only created after the Shattering. So he started to immediately create his own religion. He literally named it the Holy Tree. And he was like, this is going to be the new Erdtree. It failed. And then we know he did some sort of experiment or something to try to bring back one of the soulless demigods to life. Whether you think that's Godwyn or whether you think it was a test run for Godwyn, we know he was trying to give a soulless being their soul back. It failed as well. That's another plan next. But that related to the ancient death religion. So far we have Halig Tree, Golden Order, ancient death religion experimentation, also the needles. We don't know exactly when he made those, but they stopped the influence of outer gods. So he's already like very aware. He's involved in so many different things. And now he comes here. And we find out in the DLC that he wanted to come here. This was his plan, and this is his goal. And we are sent here to help him, or at least Letta seems to assume we are. So this is his plan. And immediately we're like, hang on, I thought he was kidnapped by Moog, but he wanted to come here? Something really fucky is going on. But one thing we already know, Mikola sure drops a lot of plans. He sure has a lot of rough drafts and nothing completed. I wonder how different, if this one's going to be any different. Let's find out. That's all the lore here, as far as I know. His plans for Godwyn were purely to get him a true death. The thing is, I don't think that's true because, like I sort of just outlined, Mikola changes his mind a lot, and his plans change a lot. So I think when he made the Golden Epitaph, it was to help Godwyn die a true death. But that was that's a Golden Order sword. It uses Golden Order, what do you call it? Fundamentalist abilities on it. It's basically like a super version of Shared Order. So it's linked to the Golden Order very specifically. This is probably an early Mikola. Like very young. This might have been when he was still under the Golden Order. Or maybe he was just like calling back to it. I think his plan changed, and Castle Soul gives us an introduction to that. Because we hear, oh, Godwyn, you know, my lord brother, please die a true death. And then, actually, can we try to bring a soulless back to life? Either failed. Like, both of those plans did not work. Or he gave up on them. And that's something I want to point out, that even in base game, we have signs that he changed his mind a lot. And none of his plans succeeded. Without anything from DLC. Okay, let me explore. There's nothing inherently wrong with changing plans either. But it's just something to know that that is what he did. Alright, yeah, I think I can drop down there somehow. Yeah, because there's the little... Wait, how do I get here? Yes. Or we can just go through here. Yeah, but still, I don't remember where to get the Ashavor I'm looking for. It's the nascency. I mean, pretty much, but that's the thing is, like, we don't have the full picture of him yet. But we have most of it. We don't know he's fickle yet. Maybe he just has ADHD. But, really? The yell hurts you in the sky? Okay. Yeah, none of his plans work out. They all fail. For one reason or another. Your yells only go on the ground? Okay, my yells aren't strong enough to knock someone out of the sky when they're swinging two weapons. Which is crazy. But you're right. I guess you're right. Have you tried, though? I mean, maybe when my throat gets better, I can try that. Would the Hornsent be able to reconquer the land? I feel like no. They have no organization anymore. Hornsent seems to be the last. I'm really looking forward to talking about Hornsent himself. Because, well, he's sort of already, even though he's pretty calm now. Also, does anyone know where this Ash of War is? Because I actually don't remember. And I don't really want to spend too much time here because Mesmer soldiers are freaking annoying. Just past the next grace? Oh, so it's ahead? Oh, I thought it was behind. Oh, no. It is on the, it's on the thing. Yeah, you like go back on the thing, I think. I remember. But yeah, we do know that Mikkel is cursed. We already have it pretty strongly implied that it's his youth. He can't grow up. And one of his main goals seems to be to grow up. He depicts Trina, or like there is a torch of Trina depicted as an adult. And then the tree, some people think that the Halig tree itself depicts an adult Mikola. I think you can definitely argue that. I'm still not sure what it depicts, but it definitely depicts, well, a pregnant belly. And that's where the cocoon was. So it's as if Mikola was becoming, he fed a tree off his blood and then entered the tree to try to grow up. But both he and the tree could not grow up because it was fed off his curse. But it's as if Mikola was trying to become pregnant with himself so that he could grow up. It's a very weird depiction. Either way, it failed. Okay, this ain't right. Must be this. Ah, yes, the ladder. I didn't see it. Only force with any organization left in this land? They're not really a force anymore. Also, they might be able to reconquer the land, but this is a land of ghosts. There's nothing left here. And in order to... like, conquering is indeed violent. You have to destroy and kill to conquer, right? We know this. It's just, it's the nature of what it is. However, after conquering, to truly rule a place, you have to create something there. You have to build something there. Vendrick came to Dranglake. He killed and conquered it, and then he created his own kingdom, and that became Dranglake. We don't even know if it was called Dranglake before. We just know that he went there and he conquered it and then named himself king. So he conquered it, became king, and then he created his own kingdom. He did his own thing. So even in Destruction Gwyn, he slaughtered and annihilated every last one of the dragons except for one little baby, apparently. Still left in its nest. And then he created his H, and he built Ain Orlando, and he, like, you know what I mean? Like, the act of conquering needs to be followed with creation. But, That did not happen. That cannot happen with the horn scent. But we'll get to that, because I actually was thinking about this a lot. Neat. Wing stance. Calmly assume a right-sided stance. Normal attacks trigger a rapid 3/slash combination. Strong attacks trigger a leaping thrust. Usable on light greatswords. Okay. Ready for Shadow Altus. Trina is alive? Yeah, but Trina's not gonna create anything either. She just sleeps. Also, we sort of talked about this, but you know, I often talk about how Marika is the half that creates, while Radigan is the half that destroys. Well, if those abilities are sort of separated, that kind of suggests that it's the same. Mikola is the creator. Mikola is able to create things. He's an artisan, just like Marika was. So that suggests that Trina doesn't really create anything. She's very passive. She literally just sleeps. So I don't think she's gonna... That's not her thing. She's also a little poisonous, but, you know, can't fault her for that. It's just what she is. More ghosts. Can I? Okay, it's fine. I do love how they scream above their heads. Smithing stone. Radigan creates rings of light. Radigan doesn't create anything. He alters what other people made. It's a very important distinction. It's like a coloring book versus drawing the art and coloring it in. Because you're right. Radigan takes the sword from his marriage and turns it into a symbol of Golden Order, of the Golden Order. He takes the outfits of the preceptors and sews their mouths closed. But he doesn't create their clothes, he just sews their mouths shut. And then he takes Mikola's Ring of Light, it's not called that, but like the spell that Mikola creates for him as a present, alters it. He alters, he doesn't create. It's actually really, really interesting to know how often he does that. And that, by the way, was my main reason for having this strong idea that Radigan does not create, because he doesn't, he alters. The Golden Order Greatsword is the big one for that. Carian Sorcery Sword. Cool. One of the Carian royal family's glintstone swords, a smaller piercing sword with a slender blade. Formerly used by the Carian knights of old before the full refinement of their sorcerous combat techniques, this armament functions as a catalyst for glintstone sorcery when executing strong attacks. Let's try it out. Do you have the stats? Sure do. Okay, same lore as usual. Perfect. Yeah, there is creativity in it. Of course, in altering, but it's like tracing someone else's art and then adding to it. Most people generally agree that altering or tracing or whatever is not quite the same thing, because nothing else is directly linked to him. Cool, is that Frost? Oh no, I'm just using my spell. Sorry, I'm so confused. I don't remember how to use... Am I just out of FP? Oh no, I'm casting the spell. I'm trying to do a strong attack, but I don't remember how to do a strong attack right now. Do I just cast a spell when I do a strong attack? Oh, that's so neat. When executing strong attacks. Ah, that's it. That's really cool. I read it, but I didn't understand what it was saying. I don't remember if we have weapons like that in base game. So yeah, older stuff. Yeah, they always used they used sorcery and swords, but eventually they created sorceries that were made of swords. And they couldn't do that at this point. Valka's rapier in Dark Souls? Yeah, I never really used spells in any of these games, so I've like didn't realize that was the first time we had one of those, but that's really cool. I love when they do that. I think Dark Souls 2 has some spells or some swords like that, and they're very neat. Don't understand why people like this weapon when Carian Slicer exists. I like swords. I don't really like spells. I know that Carian Slicer is literally just a sword spell, but it has a weird feel, and I just don't love it. It's very strong. I just never loved it. It's weird. Just one of those things. One of the comment was the fact that Radigan is associated with light and Marika with dark, if we don't consider Miranda's cut lore. I don't know anything about cut lore. Like, yes, but it's more the fact that the shadow tree, there needs to be a shadow to a light. So, yes, if the shadow tree exists, the Erd tree needs a shadow tree, effectively. Light needs a shadow. You can't really have one without the other, because you can't have a shadow without light, I suppose. So I would say that Marika is associated with both the trees, but so is Radigan because he is Marika. But the Rings of Light, I think, is a bit of a stretch just because it's Miquella's gift. Really. And he alters things, as discussed. So he takes something and he can tweak it. He turned his sword that was probably a full moon greatsword and altered it to be a Golden Order symbol. You know what I mean? And it does use, like, light. But I see what you're saying, but I guess, like, I'm not trying to say that dark is bad, because I played Dark Souls. So I don't think that dark and shadow equals bad. What the problem here is that it's all shadow because of the veil. You know what I mean? Trina and Miquella, though separate, still seem to share a single life. I don't remember what happens. Oh, right. I have to remember what happens with Trina. I don't really remember the end of the DLC very well because I only did it, like, twice. Okay, what was I doing next? Going this way. Light is not defined by the absence of shadow. I don't know if I understand the point. Because shadow isn't the absence of light. It's not darkness. It's shadow. And that's, I think, the interesting thing, is that you only get shadow when there's light. And honestly, you need both. It's like the entire, trust me, I could write a freaking dissertation on this because this is Dark Souls. Oh, right. No, I got one of these, right? Use imbued sword key. Sure, I don't really remember where I use these, so let's just, I have one, so let's use it. Let's see what happens. So we have these again. They were associated with the belfries before. It's another belfry. Interesting. I should go look at the belfries. Do they have the same symbol on them? I don't even know. I don't remember. Oh, right! The ancient ruins of Ra. They work the same way. They basically give you a sneak peek into certain areas. Hey, what up, gamer? So he's got horns, but also feathers. Oh, Jesus. God, I love DLC enemies. They're just so great. They just never stop attacking. At least they look really cool, I suppose. Why is the blood pink? Too much pepped up. A veiled... Well, probably a lady. But hard to tell. Definitely different than the giant statues of old dudes that we've been seeing, though. Verdigris discus. A discus made of verdigris, the corroded metal known for its heft, raises defense with higher equipment load. Great weight makes for great strength. The strength to protect others. This is the material that, what's his face wears? What's his name? Oh, man. I like finding things? I can't remember his name. This happens. I could tell you his whole fucking life story, but I can't remember his fucking name. I don't know why my brain is like this. More. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, more. He is, he's called that. He's called the Verdigris Knight or something like that. By, Ansbach. It's super freaking foggy, so it's a little hard to see details here. But it's interesting that we get this here in front of this giant statue of Lady. Little deer. Big lady, big talisman? Yeah. Ra is weird. These pillars are the same that we see at the forge places, though. This bird warrior was a little crucible-y in that it used like bird wings to fly and it shot feathers at you, but nonetheless has horns. We haven't seen an enemy like that before. We'll have to keep an eye out when we see them again. Watching your boss reactions, had no idea you were live? Oh, hell yeah, welcome. Glad you enjoyed those. Okay. Also, the troll here doesn't respawn. This is right by Castle Ensis, and they use troll knights. So I think the fact that it's headless is just, it's another ghost. Also, by the belfries, I don't think I even went here. I think I just took a different route, but there are headless troll ghosts that wander around. Even in base game, I think I just, like, missed them because, well, the map is freaking huge and I don't really need to fight them. Chat, I'm starting to think that heresy is not native to the world and all things can be conjoined, eh? Shiny. Excuse me. The statue marking, the X on it, it just looks like decay, but it does look like damage. It does look like, well, I shouldn't say it looks like decay. To me, it does indeed look like someone hit it with something. Like, it looks like it was intentionally damaged, but I wouldn't take it as too significant. Although, I guess the idea of someone, like, swinging a statue, it looked like freaking Pyramid Head went at it or something. I feel like this is more important than it is. Thank you for the blesses. Because there's a little thingy that I can't reach. I remember it being like in a tunnel somewhere, but I don't remember it. Oh well. Can we get over there? That looks too high. Is it? Let's find out. Oh, sick. Oh, yeah, no, headless statues? I'm not talking about the headless statues, because you're absolutely right. Those are significant. I'm more talking about, like, that particular one having some damage on the chest. It does suggest that someone hit it, but... I see a lot of statues of these veiled ladies, too. Because, yeah, you're right. We talked about the significance of the fact that every single freaking statue and the tutelary deities have their head cut off. Every Marika statue has his head cut off. And all the tutelary deities have their heads cut off, except for one in Bellerot, which gives us an idea of what they used to look like. And the significance is that, well, the Hornsent grew horns mainly on their heads, and they consider them holy. So it's defacing them, but it's also, like, taking away their symbol of divinity. Alright, back up we go. Sort of a one-way trip. Haven't been to Bonnie Village yet. Only talking about the ones we've seen so far. Weird that Ronnie and Mikla never crossed paths. Well, not that we know of, but they were in Lane Dell at the same time, probably. Oh, but no, it's fine. We'll get to it. I just don't remember too many details of the DLC yet. I'm sort of reminding myself as we go, so... Dung Eater questline changes the game ending? It unlocks the game ending, yeah. There are 3 mending runes you can get. What's this one? West. Good. Clear. Geographically significant. Love that. Phenomenal. Thank you. There's a dude here rocking around on his horse, I see. But to 1v him? Well. A smithing stone. Why, thank you. Okay, so we also got a note from a monk. So we have to figure out what that's about, but we're getting a lot of cool NPC stuff going on, and right now nobody has moved still. Other than Letta, again. It's as if everybody is waiting for something. Alright, so the note from the monk said east from here. So let's see what's that. It's so freaking foggy. I mean, I guess it could be forest fires. Come back. God, the Black Knights look phenomenal, though. Immaculate drip. Do I prefer the Erd Tree or the Shadow Tree? Oh, the Erd Tree. There's nothing like the first time... I mean, I'd love to look at it right now, but... There's nothing like the first time you see the Erd Tree. I do not think this land was supposed to be veiled forever. Woo! Look at that flame. Ember of Mesmer, serpentine cord-like ember, mainly found in Shadow Altus. A remnant of Mesmer's flame, the symbol of the crusade. It continues to smolder as if crawling across the ground. It's a living flame. Or at least it behaves like one. Even this statue, defaced. Ooh, blessed bone shard. Shard of bone with a golden shine, exceedingly rare to find. A bone fragment touched by the gold of the Shadow Tree, broken from the remains of the warriors who perished in the realm of Shadow. A blessing such as this is said to be the greatest honor that can be granted to the dead. There are a lot of golden bones, even in base game. There is another town up ahead. Marika's the one casting the veil? Well, we don't know if the veil is a spell. We don't really know what it is. We don't know the nature of it. It literally looks like a physical veil. How do you veil a whole land? Who knows? This is a strange place. Ooh, Fire Knight's Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by the Fire Knights who served Mesmer the Impaler. Details the art of wielding fire for the benefit of soldiers setting out to join the crusade. Mesmer Fire Grease. Nice, we can craft furnace pots now. Or hefty furnace pots. Because we needed Ember of Mesmer. Fire coil. Lingering embers bundled into a coil. Uses a pea to conjure tiny fire snakes from the spot that it is thrown. The writhing snakes pursue foes. Creepy. Mesmer fire grease. Solidified knot grease made from a mixture of incendiary materials. Fire was a symbol of the crusade, and even Mesmer's rank and file soldiers would wield it. It's true. I will say, I think it's pretty interesting how few of the characters have other selves. And I think it's significant that the one that is the closest to Marika and literally follows in her footsteps is the only one that we know that has another self. Ronnie, I would say that Mikola and Ronnie are both meant to mimic Marika's journey in different ways. Because Ronnie has Blythe and the whole brutality of what she has to do. She faces it, right? She admits that she has to do horrible things and betray, she says, betray everything in order to get what she thinks is the best possible result for everyone. And most people agree that her ending is the closest that we potentially get to a happy ending, despite the fact, and it also is a path of sacrifice, because she is ready to basically take the Elden Ring and go to space alone. The ending is that we choose to go with her. So really, it's meant to be a symbol of sacrifice, a choice of sacrifice, and she commits many atrocities to get there. But we still see her as heroic because of what results from her path. Additionally, Mikola is the most like Marika on the surface. Literally looks just like her. Radigan tries to teach him to be like basically a perfect version of Marika, but he ends up picking his own path. Also, he's the only one we know of with another half. Marika also had another half. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of really interesting ties. It's like some of these characters take on elements of Marika, but none is fully like her. Of course, Ronnie picks her own path. I'm not saying she's literally the same, but she ends up, according to her own words, betraying even her Empyrean. Or not her Empyrean, sorry, her shadow. And according to the lore, we talked about this and what it likely meant, Marika betrayed her shadow as well. Mikola is literally in the land of shadow, where Marika became a god. So here's the thing. We don't know that Marika literally did what he is doing, going around cutting off parts of her. We don't know. But I will say, this is probably a gameplay thing, but nonetheless, I find it quite significant that pretty much every cross is also next to a grace. Abandon here the flesh of my body. Neat. There are no canon endings, no. All endings are possibilities. They never have canon ones. Millicent and her sisters are Melania's other selves? Sort of. But the thing is that Mikola and Trina are not said to be children. Like, Trina is not Mikola's child. Radigan is not Marika's child. Versus the phrase generally used with Melania and her children is that they are her daughters. Now, that's significant, and it relates to well, Dark Souls. Dark Souls has the same idea. Manus he's one being who divides into four. Those four are called his daughters. He did not obviously get someone pregnant and then have four babies. They are just him, but divided into four parts that represent humanity generally, right? So that's what I think is sort of happening here. You could definitely argue because they are parts of her, just like the other selves seem to be like divested parts, but the means seem to be different, so it's kind of hard to say. It's just something that Dark Souls has done before, so I'm sort of like, oh, I see what they're doing. Hello. Oh, right. No words need be exchanged. Damn it, which one was it? May the best win. Here we go. Dry leaf Dane. I know that spell. What else do you got? He's got these hands, but he's also got Discus. Discus of Light, Mikla's signature spell. Well, one of them. A spell he specifically created. Also, don't forget he's got these feet as well. Ooh! I forgot about that. Mikla created the 3-ring spell and Discus of Light, yeah. Let's confirm. Do I have Discus? I hope so. Yo. So Discus of Light was a gift from Mikla to Radigan. Same with Triple Rings. Radigan Rings of Light was a gift from Radigan to Mikla. And significantly, what we get here is like, all right, so Mikla was like, hey, Dad, thank you. Here's a spell for you. Here's 2 spells for you. And then Dad goes, sick. This is mine now. Writes his fucking name on it, changes it, and gives it back. Fucking weirdo. Grow not complacent. Continue to temper your strength. Dad, Mom? No, this was Dad. They were combined at this time, but it's very specifically Radigan, and we do not know where Marika was at this time. I think this is the point of her absolute imprisonment. I don't think she was allowed to interact with her children. That's not Marika coded. Remember, no spell associated with the Ancient Erdtree does damage. They're all heals and buffs. Anyway, Dryleaf Dane over here, another Mikla worshipper. Cool. Dryleaf Arts. A technique for hand-to-hand combat without the aid of a weapon. This martial art combines fist strikes and kicks. The teachings of a group of spiritual seekers known as the Dryleaf Sect, revealed only to those of worthy valor and character. The practice of this martial art marks the dawn of an ascetic's journey. Skill, Palm Blast. Skill of the spiritual seekers known as the Dryleaf Sect. Imbues hand with energy before using a palm strike to unleash an explosive blast. The already formidable power and impact can be bolstered by charging the attack. Dane's hat. The sun-faded and lightly soiled hat of dry-leaf Dane. Worn low over the eyes, it obscures the wearer's vision. Meeting the gaze of another can overcome the senses, often leading to the downfall of those who would walk the noble and solitary seeker's path. You can't make eye contact? Okay. Cleanrot Knights use Halo Scythe. Yeah, they are Miquella's soldiers. They use basically an Ash of War version of Miquella's abilities. They are under Melania, but remember that Melania is Miquella's soldier, so all under the same umbrella. While they have their own distinctive abilities, they clearly share, which makes sense. They fight on the same side. Elden Stars is associated with the Elden Beast, so different. It's specifically the Elden Beast, not the Erd Tree. It is under the category, but it has a strong association with someone else. And it is only used by the Elden Beast. It also predates the creation of the Elden Ring and the Age of the Erd Tree as we know it. So it is considered one of the Erd Tree incantations, but it literally predates it because it talks about when the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring arrived in the Lands Between in the first place. So no association directly with Marika, just the beast itself. Which is weird because then technically it has nothing to do with the Erd Tree, but it's still one of the Erd Tree incantations. It's a bit of a, it's like none of them do damage but that one, but there's a strong asterisk there because it predates all of that stuff. I know according to the description, and I'm describing why the description is not accurate to what it actually is. It's basically the signature spell of the star that arrived with the Elden Ring that became the Elden Ring. As far as we know, we don't even know what era that was in. Yeah, it could have been the first incantation, yeah. Everything that comes after is only for healing and buffs, which is so interesting. Okay, so Miquella is here, and there is yet another destroyed Hornsent village. They love spawning two dogs. It's so evil. I think one of the most interesting things about the Elden Beast, and Elden Stars in general, is that it's acquired where it is, at the roots of the Erd Tree, and not from the Elden Beast itself. Need to take out all these guys because there's just like 500 billion of them. Got Dane done. So Dane is said to be a seeker, like a spiritual seeker, but he serves Miquella. We know that because of the spell, no doubt. So now we have, while mysterious, a second individual in the Land of Shadow who directly serves Miquella. Although what's interesting is that both Letta and Dane are seekers. So the Dryleaf sect is apparently a group of spiritual seekers. And Letta, before she was a Needle Knight, was an Oath Seeker Knight, and they basically are looking for an oath to swear and serve for their lives. Okay, I think it's time for this. Let's do it. So both of them We're looking for someone to serve effectively. Shattered stone talisman. Shattered linchpin stone raises potency of kicking and stomping skills. Linchpin stones are spiritual anchors said to hold the ground in place and quell the fury of earthquakes. When this one shattered, the surrounding town fell into the broken earth. One account claimed that the moon itself had come tumbling down. Oh, that's interesting. I think this is a thing in, I think in Shintoism. They literally have these stones that are said to be, they're often kept in shrines. And keep in mind, this is like a total, like, outsider's read of this, but they're these stones that, exactly that. They're said to, like, lock spirits away. And if they ever crack, it's said to be a sign of a disaster. So there's, like, a famous stone that for 1,000 years was said to have held an evil spirit, and then it, like, cracked, and they're like, oh, the evil spirit's free, you know? So I think that's the same idea. And the moon falling, well, who do we know that uses a spell that is basically the moon falling out of the sky and slamming the ground? This whole fucking pit was Rolana. Can I make it down there? I don't know where to fall. Doesn't look very safe. Maybe we go a different way. Dryleaf are martial art monks? Yeah, but they're said to be spiritual seekers. So yeah, they all do martial arts, but they're seeking something spiritually. And this one chooses Mickey. Oh no! Okay, I found it, but I wasn't supposed to fall like that. I didn't see it in time. Also, yeah, the quelling of earthquakes. There's a lot of earthquakes in Japan, so it makes sense that they would have this this idea. Yeah. Choose is a strong word, not a strong word. I know what you mean. The charm. Who do we know? How do we know they actually chose Mikola? Well, we'll find out. Because, spoilers, there are 2 individuals that do not change when the charm is broken. So yeah, chooses. Because once again, we've learned that Mikola can mind control people. Letta just straight up told us, and we're gonna see how this plays out as we do the DLC. But we mustn't forget that even with brainwashing, it doesn't mean that no one can serve that person by choice. Which is sort of what we can kind of glean from the NPCs in this DLC, but also through Melania. I know a lot of people are like, oh, Melania, she was brainwashed. Okay, but like, how do you know that she didn't want to just serve him? Really? Oops. Unclear who chained them in the sewer, the twins? Yeah. I think it's one of those things that in the lore is very hard to define because the lore tells us that the twins were chained as babies, but it also tells us that, you know, Marika cared for her children. So, like, I guess which is the more true one? Golden Arts. someone made a memorial fetish for a young Morgoth that was so tied to him that you get it from his soul, effectively. But also the urge, like, loved, what's the lore? It says, like, he loved not in return for loved he was not, but love he did. Do you know what I mean? So it says he wasn't loved, but then we see that he was loved. And that's kind of the disparity. You could definitely say it was like, oh, because Marika hated him and Godfrey loved him. But the problem is that when we play Elden Ring and we get, like, my children, my beloved children, it's not Marika saying, my children, my beloved children, except for those Omen fucks. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no asterisk there. So, like, which is more true? Also, even though Morgoth was not loved by the tree, he was still grace given and he's still remembered by it. And he still returns to it. And that's before Godfrey, because we get their remembrance. Maybe not loved, but remembered. We also know that Marika was an imprisoned deity, which is a phrase that we're going to learn in the DLC. But I wonder if that imprisonment wasn't by... like, it was of her own creation. But I've been thinking a lot about the Elden Ring and how it's said to be an order, like the Golden Order. An order is... like, it seems to be like a set of rules. And I really wonder if that's not part of the problem. Is she wrote the rules, but she wasn't able to change them afterward at all. Anyway, we'll talk about this more as we see it, but it's something that's been really, like, on my mind quite a bit. I just think that the real answer is, well, it's complicated, and most people simply want, is this character good, or is this character bad? And in Elden Ring, there is very few characters that are pure bad, and you can't just paint them with that brush. Because in the end, everything is nuanced. But that's not an answer that gets easy clicks on social media. Anyway, we are in a weird place. We climbed out of a well, and now we're in the Bonnie village. And that sounds so nice, wouldn't you say? Bonnie, I think it means, like, joyful. It's a name. But it comes from the same word as, like, French bon, which means, like, good or happy. So surely nothing bad could be happening in this place. Locking them in a sewer is arguably kinder than severing their horns, but here's the thing too. Remember what we just learned. I want to bring this up again because I think this has been something that I've been thinking. Oh fuck, I forgot to read this. 1 second. Golden Arcs. Sorcery of the Inquisitors of the Tower, wielded as an incantation of the spiral. A swing of the arm releases a procession of golden arcs. The arcs resemble barbs, a known symbol of coercive questioning. Golden, divine. They are... I think this is our first spiral incantation, so note the symbol. Spiral, but looks horned. Also, it's very interesting that it's like a staff in the center and then 2 spirals around it, like wrapped around it. Technically a 3-part spiral then. Also, coercive questioning, torture. They torture people. These are the Inquisitors. Now, we have seen Inquisitors near... the graves. We didn't get their names before. Now we get them for the very first time. We're introduction to them. And they're defending this village because we fight them on the way to this village. So they either came from here or they're defending this place. Now, once again, we did see them in the gravesite plain. They were defending a grave and the backhand blades, which is a significant weapon to the Hornsent. They use weapons for dancing, but also martial ends. So Dancing is very spiritual to them. It's a weird place to find them, but now we find them here. And also, we find one of their treasures down in that village. And this village, though the path seems to have been destroyed, this village, Morth, links to Bonnie Village. But it seems to be like a weird secret path. You can only enter this place through a well. Well, let's find out what's going on here. If they weren't at the village for such earnest intentions, I don't think they were here to change anything in the village. We also know, we see pots. Now, remember how I said, oh, I'm sure this place is great. Now, we already know what Pots is about in the Land of Shadow. This is going to be fucked up. We also have already learned about a village with disgusting practices. Where are the... Hang on. Haunted by the grotesque practice of his village of birth, he stuffed great pots with all manner of things. For some reason the chest was already open when we arrived. Yeah, I think it's because they were protecting it. Yeah. The pots are effectively, I guess I should say the jars, are effectively the core of the religion of the Hornsent. Spirals and pots. This was very integral to their religion. So I don't think the Inquisitors were here to, like, stop anything, suffice to say, because... Yeah. Also, just a good note. There's not, like, any good time in history, I would say, where you hear Inquisitor and you're like, oh, they're the good guys. I bet they're very reasonable and sane. Oh, speaking of reasonable and sane, there's a fucking naked guy with a sparkling goddamn butcher knife, sharpening it for me. And his name is Greater Potentate. And, is that Hornsent mask I see? It sure fucking is. What a nice town I found myself in. Now, potentate is also a term that we've heard before. In base game, remember? The Jar Village, they talk about wanting a new potentate. And it's effectively... the potentate just pets them and takes care of them. And it's basically being a babysitter to a bunch of adorable jars. This is very different. Who needs very delicate hands? Yeah. Versus these ones, good point, yeah. They sharpen their knives, if you can call them knives, on their hands. Meaning they have very rough hands. Like, I don't know how you could fucking sharpen something on your hands, but they'd have to be pure callous. So... It's a complete reversal of everything that we've come to know in the base game about the jars. This is the origin of the Jar Village. This is how it started. But then again, we don't know everything yet. Maybe there's a bright side to all this. Bonnie Butchering Knife. Weapon of the Greater Potentates of Bonnie Village, an outsized butcher's cleaver used to dismember human bodies in the making of the great jars stored in the jails. Restores a very small amount of HP when it squarely strikes an enemy. Unique skill, Hone Blade. Perform a stroking action to sharpen blade, honing its cutting edge and increasing amount of HP recovered. The greater potentates treasure the tools of their practice. I take it back. There's nothing good about all this. Oh, so these ghosts are probably people who are going to be turned to pots. Yeah, it seems twisted. It seems like an aberration. And it almost feels as if there is no way that this could be considered part of the Hornsent religion, and yet... it was basically its core. Because even this place has a tutelary deity. They are the baseline for pot people. Yeah, but we mustn't forget that someone took this vile tradition and turned it into something beautiful. Transformed it utterly to the point that it's unrecognizable. Something that started like this turned into the Jar Village, and Jar Baron, and Alexander, and the Jar White, who desperately wanted to be put into a pot by choice. That was not by accident. This was a concerted effort, and this, to me, is the #1 thing that often gets forgotten. Like, Marika's either seen as a devil or a victim, but mostly a devil. Or like, well, yeah, okay, bad things happen, but like, she shouldn't have gone that far. But this, to me, is the biggest sign that she simply wanted to make things better, and she fucking often succeeded, because this has to have been her doing. No one else could have created the jar tradition. No one else would have been so intimately familiar with it to the point that they could reconstruct it and turn it into something sweet. Remember, this is unrecognizable. Like, this was the biggest shock in the DLC to me, was going through here and being like, this is what started the jars? Like, the best of the best in the game, like the sweetest creatures, the most pure other than Turtle Pope. That was created. It was a concerted effort. Also, I love the idea of, like, a dude who came here and was like, I'm gonna put everything in a pot. And that's where we get all those recipes from. Trauma turning into something uplifting? Yeah, but also destroying it in the process. This is a completely dead tradition. The jails are open. The only denizens who remain here are basically shadow ghosts. Let's take a peek around here. Oh my god. Oh, mother. This is doing the same pose as the Marika statues in the Lands Between, also headless. And we get the oh mother gesture from it. Not Formless Mother, no. But, well, we don't know that yet, but no. We'll see. Aha! And then a snake skin. What a very strange thing to find here. And not just a snake skin, but pretty much the exact same model that's in Volcano Manor. But smaller. Not much smaller, but smaller. Well, okay, smaller than that one, because that one's huge, but nonetheless, in the Temple of Agle, we see the same snake skin. Now, the thing about snakes, they shed their skin in order to grow bigger. That's like they molt, and then they grow bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So in this land of like weird eternal snakes, presumably they would just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Oh, Mother Gesture. With this looks so much like Marika and her dress, but it's not. And this being, whoever they are, is becoming a tree. Or more accurately, it's as if they always were a tree. Their skin looks like wood. Just puzzle pieces right now. But this is the most important one up ahead. We land in the DLC, we see the suffering of the Hornsent, we hear all about the crimes of Marika and Mesmer, we see the haunted people, and we think, oh man, this was evil. And then we come here, and we come to the jails, and we're like, oh fuck. Tooth Whip. Whip bestrewn with rotting, misshapen teeth. Filthy and seething with disease, the teeth are embedded in the whip and dose the victim with deadly poison upon each strike. As the wounds ripen, they grow inflamed and ooze pus. The flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. Unique skill, painful strike. A chastening whip strike, honed to maximize pain, temporarily reduces the rate at which stamina recovers. Thus does the pain encourage obedience. So, we got Golden Arc right nearby here. A weapon of the Inquisitors, coercive questioning, torture. And then, well, a knife that was used to cut people up and restore HP to the one who chopped them up. And then we get pretty much like the ultimate torture tool that we get in Elden Ring. Even worse than the Giza's Wheel. This maximizes pain and creates infection. Also, as the wounds ripen. Ripen is a very disturbing word to use here. But it's chosen for a reason, because the wound ripening is the goal. The flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. This is the very first time we've heard that word of shamans. We don't know who they are yet. And then we have this ghost, and you can see them poised in a motion to strike with a whip. For pity's sake, your place is in the jar. Nigh sainthood itself awaits you within. For shamans like you, this is your lot. Life were you accorded for this alone. So, we talked about what the Hornsent do to their own people. Chop them up and put them into jars. But shamans get worse. Tortured and specifically to cause pain and infection so that their flesh could blend. Now, of course, We've already been to the jails, and we've seen what's inside the pots made by these people, specifically these people. And what it is at its core, in the center, is one entity. Looks like a woman, and then surrounding it is all this other flesh. And when they start to progress in their development, that flesh develops other mouths that are able to scream. And it is just like a massive mound of flesh of combined beings. Very different from what we've seen. But this is how they were made. What's worse than being cut inside pots? Being the glue, exactly. So, as discussed, we do not know what the shamans are yet at this point. But we probably have some strong suspicions. When Marika alters jar recipe, she's a saint, but Radigan's cool 3 rings upgrade is just copyright? Okay. It's a little different. And you gotta admit that that's not the same thing at all. Marika didn't take the jar tradition, stamp her name on it, and say, this is mine now. She took something that was used to torture and victimize people and turn it into something that people sought out. It's not the same as taking a gift from your child, writing your name on it, and giving it back to them. And if you don't see the difference, I don't know what more I can do for you. No one will ever be shoved into a pot against their will again in the lands between. And this makes sense, Saints of Sinners. Oh, that's the other thing too. The Hornsent, well, they committed crimes to get put in pots. That's another significant thing. We don't know how severe those crimes were, and I feel pretty strongly that the crime did not suit the punishment. However, nonetheless, these were criminals. They did something in their life to warrant being imprisoned. Shaman, though. Shaman, according to that torturer, their only reason for living is this. To be turned into saints. Radigan's ring is pretty dramatically modified. Yeah, but that's not the point. Oh, there's more of the spider scorpions. I did not know that. Sorry about that. No warning. I forgot. Now, once again, I'm not saying the Hornsent deserve to be put in pots. I am willing to fucking bet that it was for minor crimes like being poor or having small horns. But at the same time, there's difference. There were Hornsent who thrived under Hornsent rule, of course. Presumably. Shaman, though, simply being born is enough. What was the purpose of sewing the mouth shut of the preceptors? What was the purpose of taking a symbol of his marriage and turning it into a golden order symbol? What was the purpose of Radigan's rings of light? Versus what is the purpose of the pots? Once again, they're just completely fucking different. The point is that someone is in YouTube chat is trying to compare the two things when they are completely different, and I really don't know how else to explain that. Like, I genuinely don't know how you could see that and be like, oh, see? Everyone be copying everybody. Like, are you insane? Like, if someone has a human sacrifice tradition and someone turns it into, why don't we instead make a doll and sacrifice the doll into the pit of death? No one's gonna be like, you fucking copier. You didn't make that tradition, you fucking faker. What do you call it when you steal someone's culture? That's cultural fucking appropriation. Marika culturally appropriated the horn scent, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I think you were lost in the sauce. But it's okay. It's okay. They're very hungry. They haven't eaten in a long time. Guess what? We found another jail! It's called Bonnie Jail. Oh my god. They're very hungry, you see. Radigan took the ring? Okay, but like, what about this, the sword? What about the sewing of the preceptors? Sure, you can make the ring gift? Sure. Make it cute, but what the fuck was up with taking a symbol of his marriage and turning it into propaganda for his goddamn religion? That's fucked. Left his wife, kept the sword though. Hashtag winning. Get a lawyer. Hit the gym. Keep the sword. Misbegotten having it? I really think that the consecrated snowfields is also a place where just a lot of random things end up. Because really, a lot of different beings wanted to find safety in Miquella's Haligtree. But also, the land chosen by Miquella, I think other things were already there. Like the Nox Dragonkin soldier ghost, stuff like that. Oh, damn. I do want to get grabbed, actually, if you could do that. We get a really nice look at the model. Okay, not the grab. Oh, dang it. Can you grab me now? They're not even criminals? Yeah, like I said, we don't really know what crimes you needed to commit to end up in Hornsent Jail. We simply get no idea of this, but generally, there are a whole lot of jails and a whole lot of pots. So I can't imagine all of them were like super serial killers that, you know, deserve the harshest crimes punishment, I mean, you know? I'm trying to get grabbed. I don't know if I've been grabbed by them before. I want to see the animation. Okay, you don't want to grab me, so that's fine. Oh, okay, thank you. It tries to absorb you. Give you a nice hug. There was a standoff, yeah. Almost gave up. What is the benefit of being a walking jar? This is how they created saints. This was said to be a purifying practice that would turn the sinners into saints. Oh, this is a restart. Okay, I just want to make sure. Talisman did I get? Oh yeah, the Stalwart Horn Charm +2. Same lore as always. Ceremonial accoutrement worn by Hornsent. Horns are sublime artifacts to Hornsent, and their presence confirms the belief that they are a chosen people. Only the repeated sproutings of fresh horns can create a tangled horn, which is viewed as an irrefutable symbol of primacy. The jaywalkers deserved it. I mean, to be fair, sometimes if people play their music too loud, I'm like, put them in jail, so. Oh my god, that one startled me a little. Hi. I really love this animation. The way you, like, struggle in its grasp, and then it just yoinks you in is phenomenal. Oh my god, when they die, they kind of do the gesture of that same body. Did you see? Oh, I don't think I've ever noticed that before. When they die, they do the Marika statue in the Shadowlands pose. Ooh, twisted. Oh, nice. Why are the jails not cleaned out? Probably so we could experience them. Like, it's a game first. So imagine we go to the jail and it's just like a big sign is like, this is where the Hornsent committed atrocities, but we cleaned them all up. You know what I mean? Like, we need to come here and see what happened. Why does any place have enemies anymore? You know what I mean? You'd think the whole place would be completely empty, but yet there's still plenty going around. Also, we see that there was an effort to try to help these creatures, but that's later, so we'll talk about it when we find it. You only take me up? I see. Okay, good. Well, that's not really helpful, though. I want to go lower. Okay, not here. There was something in the other room. Did I do this already? Yeah, I don't really remember all of these, so I'm just gonna wander around till I figure it out. I don't know if it's clear if that's helping. Oh yeah, that was a hospital. That was a war hospital and a field hospital. It was absolutely an attempt to help. It's just some things can't be undone, unfortunately. It looks as fucked up, as disturbing as any war hospital would look, especially when your victims are an amalgam of beings. Make no mistake. Okay, well, it's not here. Let's go back up to make sure I didn't miss anything in that other room. Thank you. Went around in a big circle, but maybe I missed a path. Remember how we experienced this? Like, the game is a game first, but the story is very, very deeply ingrained. So the way we play through it is meant to sort of teach us things. So we play through, we're like, oh man, these Hornsen, they got super fucked up. That's so sad. I feel so bad for them. And then we go here, we're like, holy fuck, the Hornsen did really fucked up stuff. Maybe things are more complicated than black and white. You know what I mean? Like, that's sort of a big point. And then we go to the Shadow Keep and we uncover there. Like, that's a major aspect. When we go to an area, we uncover and unravel more parts of the story. And we do it by experiencing it, not just being told, not by having a cutscene that explains it all to us, or having an NPC that goes, and this is when this happened. You know what I mean? Okay, this is just a big freaking circle. I don't think there's any illusory walls in these jails, but I roll into them anyway because you never know. I hear footsteps. Okay. I don't know. What a lovely area. I know. Red Spear, the Rune of Death? Well, she was crucified. It was meant to be a punishment by the Greater Will for shattering the Elden Ring. And she is also crucified and then she's stabbed through a spear just like Jesus. So I think that that's the significance of that. Her being crucified is a symbol of sacrifice, but the spear is a symbol of, like, further inflicted pain, I suppose. I'm not sure how to progress in this dungeon. I've been through there. There's no holes in the floor. Oh wait, can I climb up something? No. Does anyone remember this dungeon? I don't really want to be stuck in here for a fucking long time. My throat hurts. I'm sick and I'm grumpy about it. This is not the stuff that I like to rediscover. As cool as these dungeons are, I'm sort of like, ugh. Another way in the hole you missed. Oh, really? Okay, that's easy. It makes sense because everything's like below. That tracks. No, it was through here. Oh, wrong way. Another jar to jump on as it's moving, is there? I don't really think any of these are in reach. Like, it doesn't go that low. Like, I see that. That's too far. So, like, I thought maybe it was jump to another jar while it's moving, but, like, not that I can see there. Okay, so I go down here, and then... Did I go this way? Maybe I just went the one way. Hang on. Is that the way I went? Oh, I think I went the same way again. Shadow Altus? Is Shadow Altus in the title? Eh, it's fine. It's Shadow Altus. I forgot they spell shadow in the weird way. Ah, hell yeah! When you find new enemies, it means you're on the right path. Or it's a dead end with nothing but a broken rune and a bunch of stinky guys. Fuck. Invisible wall at the end of the rat tunnel? Really? I was just saying, I don't think there's any... Oh wait! I remember now! Was it here? Did I come from here? That's the gimmick of this one. Yeah, no. It's, you think you reach a dead end, but then you turn around and you see a path that you couldn't see because... Ah, I remember this. This is cool, actually. It's cool as they are. I think it's just, for me, these dungeons are like... You know. Like, I'm good. They're definitely way more creative than base game. Oh, I went the fucking wrong way again! Progression. You cool? No. I don't know why I keep doing extra swings. I'm only clicking twice, and then I do 3 swings. It's very weird. Keeps happening, but whatever. I don't think she was desperate to forget. I think Marika was desperate to create something that would make it so none of this would ever happen again. Like, I know what you're saying, and I think it's important to realize, like, oh, she didn't cure the shaman people. She left them in this state. Maybe she should have killed them. Maybe she should have, you know what I mean? But at the same time, her efforts, rather than cleaning up the messes of those who came before, was to forge something new. Like Ronnie. Ronnie is trying to create a new age, and her new age is similar of destroying everything she loves. She loses everybody she cares about, but she does what she thinks is best for other people. She assassinates her half-brother, inflicts deathblight upon the land. She doesn't solve that problem. And that's when she did. But nonetheless, what she does, the ends justify the means, correct? Oh my god, the way they run is so uncanny. I think she tried to help them. We didn't see that. Well, I don't think it. We see it in the Shadow Keep. She couldn't. So the goal is create something new. And that's another thing. Ronnie doesn't talk about all that the Erdtree did wrong. In fact, from what we can tell, she quite respects Marika and shows her respect in the ending cutscene. She doesn't say, oh, Marika did all this wrong and this is all fucked up and the Erdtree's fucked and everything sucks and everything she made is fucking ass. Mikola does that. But Ronnie does not. What is she focused on? Creating her new age. And here's the thing, she does learn from the past. She sees what's wrong with the land and wants to fix it, but she doesn't spend her time just being like, nah, fuck all that, we're gonna burn it all down. She does burn it all down, but she's more focused on that rather than just talking about what went wrong in the past. Yeah, no ending solves the Deathblade problem, but what I'm saying is the difference is, like, I get what you're saying, you're like, oh, Marika, like, left her people in this awful state. Yeah, but at the same time, at least she didn't do that to them. At least she isn't the one who stuffed them into pots. Versus, as a comparison, Ronnie, she created death. Well, okay, there's evidence that the Soulless happened before, but she inflicted this new death blight on the world. She damaged death itself. And what she does doesn't fix it. And nonetheless, we can still applaud her and call her heroic. And say her ending is a happy one, because she allows the lands between some hope. So they say they're making saints, but is it just me, or are some of these jars just used as elevators? Like, it's kind of fucked if you think of it that way. Wait, do those home on you? Hang on. That's a significant lore. Oh my god, they do. That is very formless mother-coded. Oh, the Toothless Whip. I also wanted to point out, this also furthers the fact that the Horn Scent valued pain and suffering, and they saw it as purifying. Like, yeah, it was to wound so that the wounds would fuse well with others, but nonetheless, it's another sign of them seeing suffering as purifying. Going back up the elevator first? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I never went through that doorway. Oh no. Well, we'll have to go through all this again, but at least I remember where to go now. Hey, Saint! Welcome in! Thanks so much for the raid! How's it going, everybody? How is Night Rain? I love Night Rain. I kind of wish I were playing Night Rain right now. I love Night Rain so much. What are you up to today? Tell me you like this more than teleporting chest hell? Yep. Much more. Yeah, yeah. I think everyone likes this more than teleporting chest hell. Although I actually do like teleporting chest hell. Fun today, didn't get any good stuff on our runs, and the last run was just perfect drops. You'll love to hear it. Well, thanks so much for sending your community over. We're doing the lore run. We're in the DLC. We're in one of the hell jails talking about how the Horn Scent is fucked up. And we're gonna have to go through it twice, which is my personal hell because I missed a path. Woo! Curseblade Labirith. Oh, great. This is the Night Rain hoe. Oh, fuck me. Well, some of you people, I think, maybe don't deserve to be in jail, but this bitch, no doubt. Why is this not hitting me? I don't fucking care. Goodbye. Well, let's do that again. Stake of Marika here. Yeah, they all have stakes of Marika. Right at the prison. Curseblade Mira. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Look at that pose, too. Isn't it so Godwin? Used to summon the spirit of Curseblade Mira. Attacks immediately after being summoned. This is one of the red-eye spirits. There aren't too many of those. Curseblades appear to dance when they spin their shimmering circular blades. These ascetics, who failed to become tutelary deities, were a scourge for those who attempted to invade the Hornsent homeland. Long ago, before the land was overshadowed by invasion, this scourge was shunned, and the Curseblades were imprisoned. It was during this confinement that Mira met Labirith, and upon her death, Labirith was plunged into a devastating darkness. So this is why, this is the second one that we found like this. We defeat a Curseblade and get a Curseblade spirit, but not the same one. It's actually really similar to the Black Knives. We defeat a Black Knife and get a spirit of one that was dear to her. Ash is held close to her. And the darkness, well, it sure sounds like the night. Let's see. Pose looks like a uterus. Yep. But also the Godwin pose. With the arms up. So yeah, that's additional lore. I forgot about this. The Curseblades, they were hated by the Hornsent because they failed to become deities. Holy fuck. So, become a saint, become a deity, die. But if you fuck that up, go to hell. We're putting you in fucking jail. God damn, these motherfuckers sucked. I would not want to be a Hornsent. Yeah, I agree with you there. I think that the Hornsent... Oh, I think it was upstairs again. Oh, no. The Hornsent call Marika a traitor, but I think that that's just them being ignorant. I don't think, like you're saying, that she was ever on their side. And that is sort of a sign of the fact that the Hornsent, beyond everything else, are also fucking delulu as hell. Because they tortured all these people, and they still saw themselves as these divine beings. To them, the shaman were meant for this. So, like, why would a shaman be mad at them? How could a shaman possibly hate them? And once again, the giants mistreated the trolls turned on them. The dragons mistreated the drakes turned on them. The Hornsent mistreated those in their territory, those people turned on them. They see it as a betrayal. They would. It's not here. I can never remember which room it's in. Calder's trumpet is true. Right, and not this way. It's this way, I think. Oh god, I said it would be quicker this time, but no, I don't remember actually. No, wait, it's not Rat Town. It's the opposite from Rat Town, I think. Yeah, it's not Rat Town. Arab 1.0 called the old lady Empyrean Hornsent. Empyrean Grandam, I think it was. I remember when they changed that. I actually totally forgot.
Oh, good.
God, the choking sounds are very good. Culture difference? It's true, except the problem is that if you ask the Hornsent, hey, do we want to be tortured, the ones in this prison? Well, a lot of them say, no, please don't chop me up. Like, yes, cultural difference is one thing, but I think that certain things like that maybe, you know, I think we should respect cultural differences, but there's a fucking line. Like, if your line is like, some people deserve to be killed and put into pots, then like, I feel like perhaps we don't respect that culture. Maybe we just say, let's not do that instead. Just making sure there's nothing in this room. We also still don't know how Marika was, like, became their divinity. I actually don't think, she was put in a pot. I think she was the one who was spared that, but she nonetheless was able to become a divinity. Main reason for this is that, like, well, she doesn't look like that, I suppose. Shaman have one purpose, but perhaps there was something special about her. Like perhaps spirit tuning and the ability to do so. Yeah, no, the significance of spirit tuning in a place like this, where spirits are so powerful, might have been a key component. Because, yeah, like, it's also possible that she was put into a pot, but she succeeded in some way, shape, or form. I don't really... To me, she was important enough for some reason to not be put in a pot. Makes more sense than she was put in a pot and succeeded where everyone else failed. But nonetheless, she did succeed where everyone else failed, I suppose, so there's something there. We do know she was an Empyrean. There were other Empyrean, right? That's significant for certain. Merge with Radigan? I don't think she merged with Radigan. Like, here's the thing. I know the pot thing throws a lot of loops, and people are like, oh, that's where Radigan came from. I actually don't think so, because then where did Trina come from? Mikola wasn't put in a pot. No shot. And yet, Trina. So, parallels to how Roderica didn't get grafted and Marika didn't get put into a pot. Yeah, true. Also, I talked about this before, but Roderica is like a strange spiritual successor to Marika, to the point that she has half of her damn name. And Roderica watches everyone she loves suffer and die cruelly, and is fucking heartbroken by it. She calls herself a coward, a craven, and says that she basically deserves to join them. But then she ends up finding some hope, and she picks a different path. Sounds a little familiar, doesn't it? Okay, I actually don't know where this missing path is. Where is this missing path? No! Oh wait, do you go up higher? Aha! Hee hee hoo 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 hoo. I've done it, thank you. A guillotine. I've been looking for this. This is gonna be a big moment. Oh no, I've been saying that Marika definitely has green eyes before she became a divinity because like Grace is like a contact lens. People with Grace have gold in their eyes. Guaranteed, if we were able to see Marika as a child, she would look exactly like Rada fucking Rika. 100%. I think when she became divinity, she became gold-eyed like everyone else. But yeah, no, seriously, I think that she had green eyes, just like Roderica, because significance is drawn between the color of Roderica's eyes. Rada fucking Rika. That's my baby girl. Ronnie sold her family and the world out for a new world? Okay, but like... Okay, yes, but they all wanted it and agreed to it. You know what I mean? Like, it's very... I know Ronnie says that she has to betray everything and she killed, like, half of her family and shit, but the people that she was closest to, Blythe and Iji, supported her, no question, 100%. And they paid one of the worst prices. So I guess that's sort of the idea. That's why we humanize Ronnie. We don't, like, morally punish her and think she's, like, the devil or whatever. She does a lot of really terrible things, but in the end, most people agree that her route was good. I really worry about her route too. Like, I don't even necessarily agree that it's a happy end, but I think it still provides a great deal of hope to a damaged world. And so does Melina. Melina is hope for a damaged world as well. I love Melina. These characters who sacrifice themselves so that they can make things better for other people, even if they can't see it. Marika made pots too. We talked about this. They are completely and utterly different. They are not the same thing. People wanted to be put in those pots. It was not a torture. It was not suffering. It was something that people sought out. We don't know how it started. Really. We don't. But at the same time, look at the pots. Speak to them. They are the kindest of all. So it's not the same tradition. Though the jars are brought to life by human flesh and blood, they are all rather kindly folk. Perhaps they were made to be better than their innards. It's a complete reimagining, so just, I want to put that because I think this is the biggest deal, is how much that tradition was changed. Marika forced her children to do something or amount to sacrifices? No, that's just kind of the world they were born in. Because what happens? We talked about this before. It's the most misunderstood dialogue in the entire game, in my opinion. She says, become a god, become, for my beloved children, make of these thyself what thy will. If the dialogue ended there, everyone wouldn't be able to, no one would talk about it. But it doesn't, so people talk about it, but they cut off that part. They only focus on the part where she says, if ye fail, or become a god, become a lord, if ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting to naught but sacrifices. And what happens in the course of our video game of Elden Ring? We show up, we kill everybody, and then we become Elden Lord. Dialogue were different, people would react differently to it? No, they just choose to ignore the start of the dialogue because it isn't convenient, and then they talk about that only. Just saying. No one ever talks about the first two lines. See, Marika hated her kids. The first line of the dialogue they reference, my beloved children. I'm just saying. Godwin was robbed a chance to make a better world than Ronnie? Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. That is definitely something that Ronnie does. Godwin could have been a total gamer. We don't know. Because he's fucking dead. Well, half dead. And he becomes the Prince of Death instead. And that is someone else. Didn't look like that because she was a success, not a failure. Still, though, I think it really is significant that we also get Roderica, who is strongly... Like, I know you're going to be like, oh, almost everybody has a strong link to Marika. It's true. She's very significant despite the fact that we never encounter her or talk to her. So the main reason that we learn about Marika is through other characters. We learn about her through Melina, giving us her words directly. We learn about her through Ronnie, who, in my opinion, and a lot of other people's opinions in the lore, may have worked with her to plan the Night of the Black Knives. We learn about her through Mikola, the child who is the most like her physically, and therefore is sent to follow in her footsteps. We learn about her through Roderica, and Hugh, who agrees to teach Roderica because he's drawn to the color of her eyes, saying that it reminds him of someone he knew before. All these characters give us bits and pieces, not just of themselves, but of those who came before. And it's really interesting, the storytelling method done in this way. Alexander is a saint to me. Yeah, isn't it kind of sad that here they tried to create saints through suffering, but in the end, the way to create saints was just to not force people and make them suffer? Because really, Jar Baron, Alexander, they're the best. They were made to be better than their innards. It's freaking sad. It's so touching. Like, this gives us so much more depth to Alexander. Just another reminder too of what it was like to put people into pots. The jar white puppet. Spirit of a man who wished to become the innards of a living jar, a jar hurling specialist who throws all manner of pots and jars. The warrior jar once told the nameless man this: you are not yet ready to join the warriors inside. No, you must apply yourself, better yourself, and one day I will return for you. Literally become the best you can be, and then you will join us. The journey comes not from suffering and being forced into a jar, but from becoming better as a person, and then you're able to join. In this case, he's a warrior jar, so of course being a warrior is a central component, but the other jars, not all of them are warriors. It's so significant. Like, compare that to this. That was wonderful timing. No one's saying that Ronnie's a saint. I think we can all agree on that. In fact, we touched on how a lot of people sort of, while we talk about how her ending is good, a lot of people are like, oh, I love Ronnie, waifu, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, she does a lot of stuff wrong. But we still love her. Because we see that her intentions were very good, and she ends up sacrificing herself. She's not trying to rule. She's not trying to, like, lord power over anybody. She just did what she believes is the best route for everybody. Godwin always seemed a little fishy to me. Can't believe you made a mermaid pun. Any of those make Marika more likely to have not been stuffed in a pot? Roderica. Roderica is a blonde girl with green eyes with a secret power, spirit tuning, that she doesn't even know about. A strong link to spirits. And when we meet her, everyone she loves has been killed, their limbs have been cut off, and they've been grafted onto another being. Very similar to Potts. I actually never even realized how similar that is. Like, holy shit, yeah, that's crazy. And what is she doing? She doesn't attack. She is completely helpless. She does no combat. She has an aura around her so we can't hurt her. Like, she is the most pacifist character. One of the most pacifist characters we meet. Because we can't hurt her, but also she never hurts anybody. And then she ends up at the Round Table Hold and gets a new lease on life. Literally, it's actually fucking crazy. It's a really subtle but compelling connection. Like, that's the evidence. Take it or leave it. Anyway, I just wanted to finish that conversation because night. I'm so fucking excited. So, we talked about how Night Rain gives us some new lore on this game, and this is one of those moments. We heard about the night, but we're like, is it symbolic? Well, we actually know that the night is, like, a thing. So let's see what this has to say. The Helm of Night. Bottomless black helm, cool to the touch. Flowing lines in the seeming shape of a fingerprint adorn the surface, imprisons the wearer in utterly lightless dark. Bestowed upon those born deep underground, ordaining them as sword hands of night. It has a fingerprint on it. Like it says, which is also significant. Born deep underground. Very dark, very hopeless. And it's cool to the touch. Reminds me of Hjolstor? A little bit, yeah. Shield of Night. A shield awarded to sword hands of night, cast in a bottomless black from which no light can escape. The outer surface is only semi-corporeal, providing unreliable defense against attacks that are not physical in nature. Unique skill, Revenge of the Night. Unleashes the dark of night imbued with magic power. If used immediately after blocking an incoming attack, its power is absorbed, bolstering the strength of this skill. So basically, you absorb something and then you shoot it back. I think I tested this once, but let's just see what it looks like. Holy shit, that looks so sick. So obviously it doesn't quite look like the night in Night Rain as we've come to know it. This is truly black. It has a tinge of blue in it, but it's a darkness from which no light can escape. It's a little bit more like the dark or even the abyss in Dark Souls, obviously a little different, but nonetheless the use of armor of night and sword hand of night is very significant in the context. We've also heard of the Nox already. Oh, we talked about them, but still significant mentions of night. Opposite of Erdtree Sentinel Shield. Yeah, so this absorbs and then reflects, basically. Like it takes in and then strengthens it. Like the night within is strengthened by consuming something, which is actually also significant because that's how the night operates in Night Rain. It absorbs things and gains their power. Part of the reason the night in Night Rain is so powerful is because it's consumed so many different things at this point and uses their power for itself. The Night Lord is able to effectively open a portal, for the lack of a better word, and channel the ability of any of the other Night Lords. Any of their elements it can use. Frost or poison, any of them. Because they're all consumed with the night. And thus it gains their power. So the Erdtree Shield, indeed, the one that the Tree Sentinels use, it deflects magic. It's just a ward, and it will just hit it and go right back, making it a phenomenal defensive tool. This, though, it's Revenge of the Night. It takes something in, consumes it, and then strengthens itself from it, firing it back at you. Why are the fingerprints significant? I don't know yet. We haven't been there yet. Okay, I didn't mean to come in this room. I was just like thinking, and as a result. You know who is the knight? Batman. That's crazy. I still have aggro of something apparently. Oh my god. Well, Bonnie Jail was not very fun, but that's all we're going to do in this area for now. We're done this. We're going to go back to Bonnie Village. We're going to continue past the Whipping Hut, which I forgot that's what it's called. Yikes. Let's go see. Yeah, we're going to grab the map next, but I'm going to go see if we can talk to Ansbach about these crosses. God, she sounds so pretentious. Me? That's not very nice. Would you like more whimsy? I can be very whimsy, but today we're doing lore, so I'm tryharding on the lore. Trying to tell my thoughts very cohesively.
Righteous tarnished. What brings you here?
Okay, we can't tell him about those. It's possible because they're on a map already that Hornsent gave us. To be fair, it's obvious it's YouTube chat. That's where I look when it's YouTube chat. Fair enough. Yeah, you should try to be nicer, because, like, that's really rude. And, like, people seem to enjoy. So, you know. I can never find the maps after we're done. Like, it's kind of like the purpose of a run. Like, I don't know. Do people call Vadi Vidya pretentious? Maybe, but I've never seen it. Yo, Diabolic, thanks for the prime. Also, I'm so sorry. I was in the middle of Ronnie talk. Rub Genie as well. Thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for supporting the stream. Yeah, some probably do. What do I even read YouTube chat? Because there's great folks in YouTube chat. I do. He's extremely pretentious. I think that's just rude. I think it's just kind of rude to say that to people. Maybe that's just me. But I'm not going to your house and calling you rude. You came to mine, so... You know what I mean? Did I ever read The Shadow Sunflower, by the way? I didn't. I knew I was forgetting something. Gugon Prime, thanks so much for 4 months as well. And thank you for the hype train. Thanks so much, gamers. Problem with word choices during translation. Bonnie Village means goodly village where people are made good. Well, I mean, it's also like... It's not the first time something has been named deceptively. You know what I mean? Like, you hear it, you're like, ah, it sounds fun, and then it's fucked up and twisted. I would say it's a great translation, because I think it captures the essence of what it's supposed to be very much. Thanks so much, gamers. Welcome back. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for choosing to use it here. And enjoy your emotes. And ad-free viewing. Thank you. Alright, so I wanted to read the... Shadow Sunflower. A large flower that blooms facing the shadow tree, found near the shadow tree. These flowers, veiled in shadow and covered in impenetrable thorns, are suffused with profound holiness, much akin to the shadow tree itself. Oh my fucking god. Oh. The shadow tree is suffused with profound holiness and it's covered in impenetrable thorns. It's just like fucking Radigan's signature. So is that saying that Radigan directly is Shadow? That's very interesting. Man, I was just saying how I don't think Shadow equals bad, but like fucking Radigan, man, I gotta say, I'm trying. The person I asked the other day in YouTube chat, when they were like, Ratty, don't talk bad about Ratty Daddy, and I quote, except I don't remember if they said talk bad. Anyway, they said don't talk shit against Ratty Daddy, and I was like, okay, Ratty Daddy, why do you like him? And they never answered, or maybe I missed it. It's totally possible. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying so hard. One of his arms is just Shadow. To be fair, I really wonder what the frick is going on with them at that point, because they just are like a fucking stick figure made of shadow. And yeah, it's true, he is made of shadow. But like, a lot's going on with their bodies. They think he's hot, but that's what I said. I was like, other than him being hot. Alright, I think that I just don't really like you. And if you can't handle me at my using words with multiple syllables, then you don't deserve me at my the crucible is for unks, okay? If you think I'm pretentious, then you can suck my dick. Is that unpretentious enough for you?
Righteous tarnished. What brings you here?
Nothing. Okay,
Welcome.
more.
I like finding things for you, Lady Leda. her allies, and the forager brute. Things bring joy to all. Goodbye.
Being hot is a valid reason for liking someone, right? No, liking, that's how you like get to know them. Everyone thinks I only like Mesmer because he's hot, but I actually like him also because his voice is very nice. And he says things really sexily, but like in an evil way. And also I like the way that he stabs you really good. So. I'm just saying, I'm more complicated than that. I like him for 3 things. So we are at a sort of very pivotal point. That's why I'm taking my time so much, because Shadow Altus is where, spoilers, the charm breaks. So I want to like try to find the best route and do as much as possible before that, but at the same time, before all hell breaks loose effectively. However, I don't really know where to go because I only did the DLC like fucking 2 times. So for now, let's get the map. That's easy. Let's get the map. Let's do that. We're gonna mark it. We're not gonna mark it. We're gonna raw dog it. It's gonna be beautiful because I want to like not have a big old pin heading toward me. Being basically the same reason I like Melania. What a coincidence! I also love Melania because she's pretty and her voice is very nice and that she stabs me really good. Oh fuck, sorry. That's the control for my horse game. It's R2 to run. The charm of the DLC or something in the story changes. Literally the Oh my god, no! I meant like Mikola's charm, not like the DLC gets bad after that. No. No, not that type of charm, like a literal one. Map. Shadow Altus, the plateau occupied by Mesmer's army that peers towards the Shadow Tree to the northeast, named after its counterpart in the realm of the Erd Tree. At its center lies the Shadow Keep. I want to get to the guy, but I'm scared I missed it. So, you remember the Forager Brood that is below Castle Ensis? Like, you can see him from Castle Ensis? Can you find him through Shadow Altus, right? Or am I missing him? Because now I'm like, oh, I don't remember. I just can't remember how you get to him. I feel like it's somewhere around here, but if so, I missed it. Weird the charm breaks based on some map boundary and not an event like a boss kill. Because what's happening in the DLC, it's structurally different. It's not different. It's not too different from how Ronnie's quest like needs you to take part in order to progress. So unfortunately, there's some consequences to the fact that the story is real time, and they wanted you to get the vibe that Mikola is actively going through the lands between, that you are right behind him, that he is progressing as you progress, and you are on his heels, and they did that by making like a map boundary, and that is the moment that he drops his rune. It works, it's just there's a bit of a trade-off, you know what I mean? Church of the Crusade. Already fight the Lickitung guy? Does not ring a bell.
Thou shalt not evade the flame of Mesmer.
I can't believe they gave this guy such a nice voice, and then he's got that fucking yee-ass haircut. My god. I'm so sorry, Queen, brother. Like, he got the fuck-ass bob. The Petrus haircut. It's good. But you got the Petters going on, bro. The Lord Farquaad, yeah. Oh, it's delightful. I'm just saying, listen, I don't want to give bro too much attention, but like, this is exactly what I'm talking about, bro. Like, yes, I have an English degree. I like using words a certain way. I like to, the difference is I tend to know what the words I use mean, because I'm a nerd and I read a lot.
How could this be? Forsake me not, Queen. My grace.
But like, I'll be like, oh, so the significance of the lore theory is such that this, and then on the other side, I'm just like, yo, he got the fucking fuck-ass Bob. Like, this is how I do lore, all right? I'm both. I contain multitudes. Are you gonna die to him for lore? Fuck, I forgot. I was too distracted. Ah, I do PvP too much. My brain is too, Duskblood's ready. No, he doesn't get a dub. Lol. Oof, Lamau. Get fucked, Queeline. I'm an onion. Or an ogre. As in, it's ogre for you. The dichotomy of Wraff. And hitherto, one observes the fuck-ass Bob. Oh, it's true though, he really do be having it. My god, they really gave him like the worst fucking hair they ever could have. It's because they didn't want Mesmer to be too sexy. They needed to give him like one like fuckboy with no fashion sense. The guy with negative aura. You know what I mean? They need to just give one. All the other, well, okay, there's also the guy with the fucking wiggly hat, I guess. Every friend group has one, chat. What? Oh, okay. Oh, you're just a goat. I thought you were a dog. Hello. Oh, right. Okay, I can fix this. Do you see how it's like having a nap? Well, it's supposed to be shivering, and I wasn't 100% on if that was the case or anything. Okay, I guess we'll read this too. Flame Skewer. Skill of Queeline of the Fire Knights. Enwreath armament in flame and assume a low stance before skewering the enemy in a single motion. Strong attack unleashes a follow-up flame attack. And then, Prayer Room Key. Opens the door to the prayer room in the house of worship found in the church district of the Shadow Keep. So now we know where Queeline is invading from. Queeline, like many invaders, invades you more than once, and this is sort of significant because they haven't done this in a while, but in Dark Souls, it was very common that invaders have to invade you a number of times before they stop invading, and then you can find their gear somewhere, suggesting that they died. Invaders don't lose their runes when they die. So you die, but you don't die. However, for all intents and purposes, in most of these games, when you kill an invader, they're just done for good. Queeline, though, we know where he is. He is somewhere in the world, and he's invading, just like a real invader that you can invade from anywhere. He's targeting us because he's trying to stop us. But now we know where he is, and we can find him. Also, yes, I wasn't sure if this thing was shivering, but it is indeed. And you know what you do when something is shivering? You give it a warming stone. Can I talk to you? Okay, you're chilling. I'll be back. Just to make sure. No, not the Fog Rift Catacombs. Guys are so friendly in the DLC. I know. It completely changes them too. You're like, what? I haven't talked about them too much yet, because we're still learning about the Forager Brood. But yeah, in general, they're also completely altered in DLC. Also, sorry, did someone tell me where to get the Forager Brood that I missed under Castle Ensis? Where do you reckon Anastasia is invading us from? I want to have words. I wish they did this more. I really wish they did with NPC invaders. I adore NPC invaders. And the fact that they talk, like Queeline talks, oh, I love it. Really, though, for all intents and purposes, he is a NPC. So this is just how he introduces himself, I suppose. The translation thing is more in reference to the saint part of Jar Saint. I was expanding on the idea of saint referring to a good person and not a holy figure. I see what you mean, because there is a distinction there. You're right. Yeah, because like they were making saints as in good person. And I really like also that that sort of compares with, or contrasts more accurately, with Leda. Because Leda, of course, to the Hornsent, they were never saints. They were only on the losing side of a war, right? Like, I really love that. Because that's like the whole... They use it in the trailer. It's so significant. Their whole thing was creating saints. And also, very significantly, while Mikola doesn't call himself a saint, his other half is known as Saint Trina. And it's the only time that word is ever used, is in reference to Trina. He gave me sunflowers to say thank you as well. He gave me a bouquet of sunflowers. Side note, sunflowers are like my second favorite flower. Even if they are, these ones are a little monka. I love it. That's so sweet. Forager Brewed Cookbook. Holy Proof Pickled Liver. Shared out of kindness toward Moore and his kin. Okay. You need to come from Manus? Manus? What is Manus? On the exit of Ensis, always on the right following the limit. Okay, great, thank you. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss it, and that suggests that I didn't, so let's go back and do that. I'm gonna do like slow movements in this direction, lots of teleporting back. I think approaching the Shadow Keep is one of the triggers. The other one is on the other side of Bonnie Village, so I'm gonna try to do everything first. Yeah. Big Church Manus Matir. Oh, okay, the one that I haven't been to yet. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't remember this, what it's called or where it is, because I haven't freaking been there. You gotta use landmarks that I know. I forgot. Marlo, come here, baby. Marlo, come in. Oh, there it is. I see it. Perfect. Baby. Anastasia is, every FromSoft game has a lady who eats people. At first it was, oh my god, what's her name? In Dark Souls 1? Maneater Mildred. And then, I don't think Dark Souls 2 has one actually, but Dark Souls 2 has a few different rules, generally. Dark Souls 3 has the spiritual successor to Maneater Mildred, just a nameless NPC, I believe. I don't remember if she has a name. And then this game has Tarnished Eater Anastasia. Okay, so that is significant. I will grab that shortly, but I just want to finish this. This will be the third Forager Brood. Oh, fuck. Frame perfect. I put up a video of Marlo today on Instagram because he's so cute. Wait, I thought I saw it, and then I got all turned around because it's always so freaking foggy in this place. Yes, it should be here, I think. Oh no, it's higher, so I have to like hug the wall more. Lady Tanith? They're more like a throwaway. Like, Tanith is a little different because she sort of fits with the whole cannibalistic aspect of Rykard. So Rykard allows himself to get eaten by a snake, and then he takes over the snake, and then we defeat, and then he eats Tarnished. You know what I mean? In general, they all eat Tarnished. Just a sec. I want to try to find this first. At the Volcano Manor. But, like, the idea of just an invader who has no context other than they eat people, that's just the FromSoft favorite. Also, she doesn't eat people until she feels that she needs to, which is when we defeat Rykard, because she's loyal to Rykard. The others in the Volcano Manor, they have a code. They're loyal to whoever is strongest. And even Tana, she doesn't begrudge you for killing him. Like, of course she's devastated. But that's less because you killed her lord and more because you killed Rykard, and she is a ride or die, very loyal to him. Okay, maybe I'm just forgetting where it was, because I thought it was up there, but no, that's where I got the Ash of War. Oh, interesting. I just want to find this, and then I have to go pet my cat. You understand? He's very cute. There it is. Okay, yeah, I was overthinking it. Hi! That is our third. Spellproof pickled liver. So there's one that I think I missed on my first playthrough, and I had to do it in New Game Plus. It is near the Shadow Keep, one of the walls tucked away, and I think there's 4 total that we need to find to do Moore's Quest properly, but like I said, I don't remember. So as we get closer, I'll just make sure. I know, I'm coming, Marlo. Sorry, sweetie. Cat is demanding treats by meowing and running on the cat wheel. That's so cute. I thought about getting Marlo a cat wheel, but he's very, because he loves to run, but he's very, like, weird with anything bigger than him, and he, like, is convinced it's, like, gonna eat him. He's a very timid cat. I've never met such a timid cat before. Like, with me, he's so chill and confident, but, like, generally, though, he's like, that's too big. Like, he was scared of a fish toy. The fish toy is, like, about this big. And he was scared of it because it was too big. Finally, he got used to it, but, like, you're not gonna get eaten by a tiny fish toy, kitty. Okay, we're gonna do the Ruined Forge of Starfall Past, which is so interesting. What a cool name. Okay, I'll be right back. Just gonna pet my cat. did... Oh, right. YouTube chat froze. I had to reset it. Hang on. I was like, where's YouTube chat? Oh, okay. Thank you for your patience. I pet my cat. He didn't want to get picked up. He has the zoomies. It's playtime right now. And I'm very happy because a couple days ago, he was sleeping all day and he didn't even wake me for dinner. Or wake me. He didn't come to me for dinner. He didn't wake up for dinner. And I was like, oh my god. He was fine. He just... I don't know. I guess he was extra sleepy that day. Okay, so we're in another one of these fascinating forges with this same design stuff as the ruins of Ra. And let's see what's in here. Yet another dungeon. These ones are pretty neat though. They're not usually too puzzly, but I do remember getting sort of stuck on one for a minute. So now I'm like, oh fuck, I think this is the one that I was like dealing with for a bit. We'll see. What they forging? Well, at the last one we got a weapon. Smith script spear. Spear engraved with the smith script, a throwing weapon created through the smithing arts. Execute a strong attack, a dashing strong attack, or a mounted strong attack to throw the spear. Incompatible with Ashes of War that grants skills with an affinity, so you can't give it an affinity. That's very interesting. Oh, right. Piercing throw. Look at the cheeks. Throw armament with a powerful spin, causing it to bore through foes. Interesting. Also, there are misbegotten in this one and outside of it, which is actually very cool because I don't think we've seen misbegotten in the DLC yet. So that is significant. I was just focused on finding the forager brood. Sorry, But yeah, misbegotten. And they're hiding out here. Usually they tend to, well, hide in places. We find them in catacombs and ruins. Maybe something else is going on here, though. This one, I believe, was fighting the enemies here. Interesting they are near smithing. Yup. Hit them where they're weakest. Another introduction, just in case this is our first one, I suppose. Because, yeah, who is a very significant blacksmith? And also misbegotten. Sorry. Oh, goodness. Hugh. Hugh in the story is also placed in a position of being a teacher. Okay, I feel like I'm an insane person, but I feel like the game got louder when I went away, which it didn't. Anyway, so not only is he a teacher, but the way we sort of, well, humanize him is when Roderica shows up. And he, at first, refuses to take her under his wing. And you assume, maybe, because he's gruff. He's like, you're new here. I don't care. You know, let's get smithing. He's like the typical gruff type character, right? But then you find out the reason is because, well, who would want to hang out with me is effectively his reason. And it turns out that Roderica would like to hang out with him. So, though we see him as just a smith, through Roderico, we get to see him as a teacher. In spirit tuning, interestingly, but he is not a spirit tuner. However, he's able to teach her because he was very close with one once, and thus is able to tell us, like, teach her how to do it. Which is so sweet, because it makes me think of two people who spent a lot of time together doing different things. Like, maybe Hugh's in the corner, like, smithing something, and Marika's there talking to ghosts. Also, Night God, thank you so much for 1 year. Thanks so much for the continued support. That's awesome. And Cronny Killa, thank you for the Prime as well. Thank you for 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you both so much. Thank you for supporting the stream. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and butterflies. Oh my god. We'll have to pay attention to where else the Misbegotten are. Misbegotten generally were probably poorly treated before. Because notably, they don't have horns. And let's not forget that the horn scent valued specifically horns. And as far as we know, and as far as we've seen, they had zero interest in the crucible itself. So even though horns are likely a sign of the crucible, just like red hair, just like animal parts, all these things, they disdained those without horns, and likely if that was anyone with small horns looked down upon, then anyone without horns and other parts, they wouldn't probably care, right? They saw specifically horns as a sign of their divinity. So it's likely that the Misbegotten were not very well treated by the horn scent either, but we'll see if there's any more evidence. No, this is New Game Plus 0. Mark herself was connected with forging. Exactly, so they were very close, most likely. I theorize that Hugh was her teacher. Just based on the role that we see him in. Yeah, I'm really not sure what to think about these being basically silver tears, but molten. Yeah. Maybe something to the harmonious melding of shaman and the shapeshifting of silver mimic tears? Especially since Mimic Tears evokes the Mimic Veil. Yeah, good point. That is interesting. It's a very interesting connection. Those duels pretty OP, huh? Yup. I don't even want to really play Elden Ring, so instead I use Jump L1. It's great. Seriously. Then I get to play on even footing with all the bosses and shit. Or they are just living metal? But what else is living metal? Silver tears. They're likely made of mercury, which is why they're silver and liquid. So the fact that we see more living liquid that use the exact same signature moves, it's a link. But I'm not quite sure what to make of it. Like, they already had, like, lava monsters if they really wanted them. Are you alive? Yep. Double greatsword is very effective because the greatsword is a colossal sword, and double colossals is pretty much same as this, really. Oh my god. It's the Smith script, sir. My beloved. I swapped my backhand blades a lot, so I don't remember which ones I ended up using on Radon. Don't. Oh fuck, that's a pit. Why did I go down there? I actually didn't see until I was already in it.
Well, the waterfall would have been a good hint. Maybe a giveaway.
Listen, there was a dingus on my ass, okay, and I was between a gravity death and a bonk death, and apparently I chose, okay? I made a decision. Gonna play with any DLC weapons? Probably not. I fucking don't want to actually play the DLC because, like, it annoys me a little bit. So this is perfect for me because then I just jump L1 everything. I would like to, but nothing has been good enough. I want to smash everything, like, with a hammer. You know what I mean? Okay. Circular backhand blade engraved with the smith script. A throwing weapon created through the smithing arts. Execute a strong attack to throw the backhand blade, causing it to fly in a curved trajectory. Incompatible with Ashes of War that grants skills with an affinity. Skill blind spot. It's the same as the backhand blades. And it is, in fact, a backhand blade. But a smith script one. It looks very much like the ones that the curse blades use, but not. The curse blades use a slightly different one. At least one of the weapons you picked up so far is better than your current setup? Maybe, but seriously, this shit is stupid. And not to mention, realistically, it would probably end up just being a reskin. Like, I'd do more jump L1 with something else. So it's like, sure. But I guess I'm just not too interested in using a DLC weapon. Like, I thought about it, and then I tried the Great Katana, and it was, like, way too slow, you know? So, really, I could definitely switch to some of the heavier weapons again and do Jump L1, but then it would just be Jump L1. Smithing Talisman. A talisman depicting an ancient smithing script, inscribed with a smith script, enhances weapon throwing attacks. In ancient times, smithing was a divine act, and blacksmiths interpreted the script they perceived in the wrinkles of molten steel to imbue weapons with souls. Oh, that is very interesting. What if you don't imbue a weapon with a soul, though? What if you perhaps... Okay, here's the thing. That's a really interesting phrase. And I'm wondering... So, okay, giants created smithing, for sure. They perceived a script in the wrinkles of molten steel, and they created weapons with souls. Now, I'm wondering, does that mean, like, let's say, as an example, creating something that is then alive? Or do you literally take a spirit that already is there and put it into the sword? Do you forge it in? Because you know what that sounds like a lot to me? And this is a rhetorical question, like answer your whatever you believe. But I think I'm going to think about this a lot because what do we know about Marika? Well, likely she was a spirit tuner, but we know she used a hammer, so she was likely a smith. And one of the things that I believe that she created, and I think there's no question, is the spirit whistle. What do you call it? Sorry, and I use it all the time. The spectral steed whistle. Right? Where is that? Probably my key items? No, it's a usable. It's like the most important item in the game, and I don't remember where it goes. There it is. A delicate goldwork ring can be used as a finger whistle. So, this uses an ancestral spirit. It literally has an ancestral spirit linked to an object. So you use the sound of it to summon. Now, the fact that you use a sound is also significant because the other way you summon is by using a bell. So sound calling spirits is significant. But it really seems as if the spirit is within the ring itself, and that's the difference between Torrent and any of our other summons. I don't know that this was done with the other stuff, but I think that this sort of helps to explain how the Spectral Steed Whistle was created in the first place. The gold was forged, and the spirit was tuned to it specifically. Almost like people looking for oracles in the bubbles. Yeah, same idea. I love that though. It's smithing, whatever, any sort of like creation here is really being discussed. It sort of reminds me of, was it Michelangelo who said this? Michelangelo, I think it's like a famous quote, was asked how he created these like amazing sculptures and shit. And then he just went like, well, I just looked at the marble and it was already there. I just needed to bring it out. It's as if the marble, he was expressing that the marble like spoke to him and it was already there. He just had to pull out what was already there. And that's sort of what the idea is here. It's really interesting. You're saying the Lord of Frenzy Flame ending doesn't depict Torrent dying? No, I'm saying it does, because the ring is his vessel. So with the ring gone, he's dead, yes. So we already know that Torrent is a little different than other spirits, right? The ring summons him and he is the ring. But this might explain sort of how, although I think it's no question that Marika created the Torrent ring, and that's why so many of her children are depicted as using it. And by so many, I mean 2. Remember how to do, like, I know there's more here. But I don't remember how to activate it. I think I have to run in there. Because I think this opens something but closes something else. Now I don't remember. Who used Torrent? And Ronnie knew about him. Exactly. Yeah. Second of her children depicted as using it. The artwork that shows Mikola using him. The timeline on that is just absolutely screwy, so don't get me started, but I feel like the thing that links all 3 of those characters together is the fact that all 3 of them used, all 3 of them are related directly to Marika. Who's the first? Melina. Oh, wait. No, I think I have to go through here. This doesn't get me to any new platforms. Oh, Eureka. We climb it so that we can get to that platform. Yes, I remember now. All 3 Empyreans if she is the Glowmite Queen. I know that Melina being the Glowmite Queen is a thing, but to me, I think it's more likely that she is just like Mesmer, that the power of what the Glow... Like, I think that the DLC answered that, like, the Glowmite Queen, what is left of her, is sort of like a curse on Melina. And sealed within her. Perhaps to give her some peace? Because, like, when the Glowmite Queen comes out, Melina has a task. You know what I mean? Ancient meteoric ore greatsword. With an ancient dragon smithing stone. Aw, that is a really significant crack going all the way through it. Like something hard enough to shatter the anvil. And it's in a really interesting X. The damage is interesting to look at. Okay. One of the treasures of the ruined forges, greatsword of ancient meteoric ore ending in a sharp point. Fashioned from an excavated shard of an arrowhead that once was a part of the old god's arsenal. A capable piercing weapon that excels at thrusting attacks. Oh boy, I don't even know what category to put this under. I remember this being just so strange. Unique skill, White Light Charge. Summons white light from the crevice in the weapon's ancient meteoric ore, using its power for a charging attack which pierces foes. Additional input causes the light to explode. What are the stats? Arcane! I actually have enough, but like, can I actually wield it? Because I might actually want to try this because I actually have the stats. Is the Soulforged stuff why all of our remembrances give weapons? I think it's more likely that the remembrances are like literally the memory of whoever that was. So things that are really strongly linked to them are created out of that. It's really is more like a memory. It's not like souls, right? In Dark Souls, we literally take souls and we turn them into something, right? Very predatory, very not cannibalistic, but you know what I mean? Like we take them and we turn them into a fucking sword. It's a little twisted. This game, it seems like it's the same on the surface, but a lot of the time it's just things that are really, really linked to those characters, like who they were. To the point that Morgoth, for example, the memorial fetish created by someone else for him is linked to him. To me, that's such a powerful message that he was loved, because it says that he wasn't loved, but yet what we get out of his remembrance is a memorial thing that someone else made, you know what I mean? So it's just things that are tied very strongly. It's less destructive, especially in Night Rain, like I talked about before. When we do a remembrance, what a remembrance is us finding our memories to help us fight the night, because the characters themselves have forgotten who they are. And the remembrances help them remember so that they can continue to fight. So it's literally a memory. And the Erd Tree remembers them. In Night Rain, I would argue that it's something similar. The tree, the spectral tree, helps the Nightfarers remember who they are so they can continue the fight. And that's why I think that there's always this undercurrent of hope in what we're doing in this game. Yes, we come in, we kill all of Marika's children, we destroy all of them, good and bad, although who ended up good in the end? You know what I mean? We pretty much just take out everybody. But in the end, the Erd Tree remembers them. They're not gone. And even in Dark Souls, they're not gone. We use their souls, and then eventually their souls reassert themselves, and, you know, they come out in different ways, whatever. Sorry. Goodness. But I think that's what I love about the depiction of a remembrance, rather than a soul in this game. It's not just like a rebrand. There's something there. Okay. So let's talk about the ancient meteoric ore greatsword, and actually let's get out of here. I'm gonna freaking use it. Ruined Forge of Starfall Past. So this reminds me, now that I've been looking at them so much of the Onyx and Alabaster Lords, because their whole thing is, well, they seem to be opposed. We talked about this in the base game, but generally their whole thing is the Onyx Lords are trying to bring in stars and meteorites, presumably to turn them into weaponry. And the Onyx Lords seem to be trying to keep the stars away, perhaps in line with or worshipping the stars. Either way, though, they use meteoric ore to create their weapons. And they're also made of stone. They're basically weird space aliens that use meteors to forge weapons. And meteors also, we're learning in this game, well, they're alive. So what is this one? And who used it? If that was an arrowhead, how big was the creature that used it as an arrowhead? Yeah. Let's go somewhere safer. Like here. We still have to go... We still have to clear the Fort of Reprimand, which is a very striking name. We haven't gone there yet. We will. I haven't forgotten. I just think this is a better way to enter Shadow Altus. Yeah, so this weapon was an arrowhead. It's gotta be colossal, right? It is basically the size of our entire body. Arrowheads are about this big. You know what I mean? Something immense used this. Fashioned from an excavated shard of an arrowhead. Wait, sorry. This is... Forgive me. This is the shard of an arrowhead. Yeah, I think there's no question that this had to have been used by those beings that we see in the mountaintops in Caelid. Those very mysterious creatures that we hear very little about. We have to remember just how long of a time period we're dealing with in this game. How many civilizations have risen and fallen. We don't even know, but it's been thousands of years. In fact, arguably, it could even be way more than that. So those things might be what's being referred to as the old gods. Because yeah, that's the first time we've ever heard that phrase. We've heard of the Dragon Lord, and even that was ancient, but people still know about the Dragon Lord. There's still dragons around. The old gods, though, we know nothing. What we do know is we find them in Caelid in the mountaintops of the giants, and they make the giants look small. Their skulls alone are the size of more than the giant's entire body, some of them. Also, they're very variable in size. Some of them are way bigger than others. And we also know there's like a variation in size. One of the main components of the lore is that offspring are weaker than their forebears and smaller. So not just weaker, but like physically they are smaller. Giants, dragons, we get that. So maybe that is one of the aspects. Okay, let's try it out. Because, yeah, I would like to use a DLC weapon if I can get one. But I mean, it's just a colossal sword. It's heavy as shit, of course. Oh, I'm still rocking this. I forgot to take this off. Let's do some equipment load. Wow, we can even do medium load with this. Problem is, I love symmetry. I'd love to have two, but if we can't have two, then maybe... No, I don't have enough faith. No. No, we can just do the great sword. Deals magic but scales with arcane. I actually don't know what type of damage it is. Hang on. I didn't look at that. Yeah, it does magic damage. Very neat. Scales with arcane is also really interesting because so far, okay, so we basically made a note of anything that scales with arcane, anything arcane related. Arcane is associated very strongly with blood, but really anything primal. So, the Formless Mother, all bleed. Or all arc, I mean. As well as dragon incantation, dragon communion, when you eat a dragon heart. that scales with arcane. Because you're eating a dragon heart. Clipping my eyes way too fast? What the heck does that mean? Neat. How do you do it? Ah, additional input. Okay, it's just L2, L2. That looks like something we've seen. Oh my god, that looks like, holy shit. That looks like Recluse's, one of her abilities. That's the Nova that she does. Well, not the Nova, more like the Lightning Nuke. Albinarics are actually, I would describe them more as arcane because they are, well, their whole thing is they're artificial beings that are basically like, they're very strongly linked with blood. Suffice to say, they're liquid. They are affected very strongly by blood, as if their skin is sort of amphibious. So I would describe them less as magical and more arcane. They're inherently arcane, I suppose, so that's why. Notably, we see a lot of them in Mohg's Arena, and they've become warped as if they're... the blood has afflicted them because their skin is almost like amphibious, so they absorb what's in their environment. Yeah. Kind of like white gravity magic. It's a little bit more lightning-y. For sure. Which, I mean, lightning is light, I suppose, right? Really good chase sound weapon for PvP, by the way. Yeah, I bet. I don't really... Listen, there's one thing I'm good at in PvP, and that's chasing people. And that's only because everyone runs away from me. So, roll catching is my specialty. I think any invader has probably gotten really good at roll catching them.
Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken place, blood must spill. The blood of your fellows, the Earth Tree faithful.
Yeah, the Albinarics have an inherent arcaneness. That's how they cast their spells, is what it says. So their magic is arcane. So I would argue that makes them more arcane than magic. This is a rule. But yeah, it does magic damage once again. So it looks like lightning is said to be light, but does magic damage. And it's arcane scaling. Although, I will say, there's something to be said about arcane, maybe... Oh, the other arcane thing. I forgot. This is significant. It's related as well. The Claymen and the Oracle bubbles. The Claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. And, well, now in Night Rain, we know possibly what they were looking for, because what is another word for oracle? Augur. The master of bubbles. Augur. Morris. They were probably looking for it. And the Claymen, as mentioned before, are the only members remaining of the civilization of old. That's all we know about them. Even fucking Briars isn't arcane. It's literally like blood and yet none. Yeah. So I said this before, like this is years ago. One of the significant details of like anything to do with arcane is it has to do with space shit. And I quote, hope that wasn't too pretentious. No, really though. There's a really strong tie-in with arcane and blood, sure, but also like weird otherworldly space things. Because we have oracular bubbles and then the Formless Mother, who is like an otherworldly entity that you stab and bleed, and then it makes other people bleed. So there's definitely a link to space. And of course, this entire game is about like weird space aliens. As in the primeval current? That's the thing. We don't really know, because the primeval current remains rather mysterious. Don't have Briars of Sin? I guess I don't. Where do you get that? I haven't gone through all the spells to make sure I have all of them. I'm definitely missing some stuff still, for certain. Okay, I'm gonna go upgrade this weapon and see if I want to use it. Arcane seems like a holdover from Bloodborne. Fills a similar role, that's for sure. Arcane and Bloodborne, for those who haven't played, is basically just like the magic of the game. But how it works is, well, there is no magic. You use your own blood mixed with Quicksilver, aka Mercury, like the Silver Tears, in order to channel space alien abilities, such as shooting tentacles out of your hand through a magic portal. Or shooting a beam out of your eye through another space magic portal. It's really neat and very strange. So I think that that's sort of why it's called Arcane in this game, is because it's meant to have that connection. And yeah, I mean, Bloodborne, you can probably guess by the name, it's all about blood. So there's also that connection to space and blood. In fact, the entire plot of Bloodborne can effectively be summed up as some motherfuckers started experimenting with alien blood and then they went wackadoodle. They started drinking alien blood and then they went crazy. And turned into beasts. But some also turned into mushrooms. But it depends on what kind of blood they drink. For more information, please watch my Bloodborne lore run.
Now, let's go smithing.
Northwest of the Artist Shack in Liurnia? One of the thorn sorcerers there near the slugs. Okay, let's do a side quest. Maybe I can test out my new weapon as well. I passed the Colossus, didn't I? Yeah, they're like right at the top because Miyazaki loves them. Okay, so I have... This one's heavier. I was thinking just... Oh no, sorry, the greatsword is heavier. I think I might use the grafted. I already started leveling it, I see. Whoops. Arcane for both Bloodborne and Elden Ring is originally referred as Divine Secret / Knowledge. I would argue that Arcane captures that same essence. Yeah, I see what you mean. As I said, weird space shit. I was not kidding. Oh my god, I was like, let's go test it out at the dummy. We don't have a dummy. Dummy. Okay. So in terms of sheer AR, yeah, this is gonna hit fucking harder. We're still medium load because of this, but that's pretty poggy. Looking good, feeling good. Let's go. I just don't like how it looks. I like having two of the same weapon, I gotta tell you, but like, that's okay. Okay, hang on. The Artist Shack. Let's go find this spell that I missed. Intelligence equals space shit, rocks. Arcane equals space shit, unknowable horrors from the void. You pretty much nailed it. That's exactly it. I gotta tell you, when I first saw Arcane in this game, I was exceptionally excited because, well, it's straight up from Bloodborne, yeah. Although, oh, right, we should add that. Just real quick side note. Primeval current stuff does not scale with Arcane. It's all pure intelligence. That would be Comet Azure, Stars of Ruin, and Founding Rain of Stars as the most significant. Buff stats from Grafted too? Oh my god, I forgot! Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I get more stats, right? Oh, but I have to L2 or something, right? Holy shit, that is significant. Oh my god. Yes, this guy. Not a fan of the asymmetry of 2 different weapons. Yeah, I don't know. I just like using 2 of the same. That's why I use Great Stars 2 so long. It's one of the few weapons you get 2 of in one playthrough. Briars of Sin. An aberrant sorcery discovered by exiled criminals. Theirs are the sorceries most reviled by the Academy. Wounds the caster with thorns of sin, creating a spiral of blood thorns. We have to write this down! Where's my spiral list? Yeah, I totally missed it. This literally says it's a spiral. I have to talk with my hands. It's how I get the most... You know what I mean? It's very important. I'm a big hand talker. When I'm really using my brain... Listen, it's a lot. The lore? This is why it tires me out so much. Sometimes I need to take my hands off the controller and speak with them. And yeah, it literally used Briars of Sin on us. Wounds the caster with thorns of sin, creating a spiral of blood thorns. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There, they discovered the blood star. I gotta say, eternal darkness really does sound like the night as well, like as in the armor of night that we've been hearing about. Like it literally describes it as eternal darkness. But, well, their eyes were gouged out, so of course they're in darkness. Wasn't double colossal crouch poke a thing? How do you do it? I guess I can just like one. Oh, sorry. Two-handed crouch poke. Yeah, absolutely. It's fucking vicious. You want to know why? Because it basically puts you in a vortex. So crouch poke or roll poke, basically because the active frames are so big, people have to time their dodges really significantly, and even then there's still a chance they'll just get hit by it. It's fucking vicious. I don't even remember if they nerfed it. Also, two-handing a colossal can't be parried because you are Miyazaki's favorite child. It was vicious. It's incredibly toxic to deal with in PvP. Fortunately, I got pretty good at it because I used when getting ready for Twitch Rivals one year, I practiced a lot with Oro, who is the team captain. And I told him, use the most disgusting, garbage, toxic shit on me. And so he brought out crouch poke. And I learned really well. It was actually really fun. You learn how to respond to it, yeah. I don't like two-handing though, because like, I don't know, it just looks like dinky. I prefer having two big swords. Oro is a very good teacher. I'm a very good student too, because I have a lot of fun with it. It's fun to fight someone who's just not using all the same boring shit, you know? Like, crouch poke is very prevalent, but still, it's just fun. It really is. Oh, good point. The Lifesteal Fist Ash of War describes it best. Mastery of the art of controlling vital energies, which explains why it governs status effects. Because that's the other thing. Yeah, all status effects are linked to it. I know this is a weird link, but I still want to bring this up because I think this is really cool. Snakes in Elden Ring are very often talked about in terms of fire, right? We have like the serpent, but as I was talking about in the Volcano Manor, they're often linked to poison too. And, well, it makes sense, right? Because we have these fire snakes, sure, and they're in the lava town, but we also have, like, well, snakes, chompies, poison, duh, right? But the coil snakes that are part of, like, Mesmer's embers and whatever remind me of these weapons. The serpent arrows. Arrow carved to resemble a flying snake. Loyal minions of the formless serpents, their fangs are daubed with deadly poison. Now, the formless serpents are assassins. They're another group of fucking assassins. I gotta tell you, it reminds me when I was watching Sakamoto Days, which is an anime about a bunch of assassins. Bitch, I don't know how there's too many assassins and not enough victims. Same thing in Elden Ring, I tell you. We got formless serpents. We got the people who dress up like fucking birds. We got the ones that work for the Two Fingers. There's like so many assassins in this world. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, form a union or something. But anyway, that's the name of the assassins, and it's very, very weird because they're called formless, and that word is very loaded in this game because of the formless mother, but she's linked to bleed. I don't know. I've been wondering if there are links to the formless mother and the godskins, and specifically the Glomide Queen, but like, really, the main connection is sort of vague. She, the Glomide Queen, cuts the skin off people, and that wounds them, and the formless mother loves wounds. That's it. But to be fair, skinning somebody turns their entire body into a wound. You know what I mean? Like, that is so next level that it really makes me wonder if there isn't a link there. However, nothing to do with the Glomide Queen has any arcane. So, or bleed. So, tangential, as discussed. Still cool, though. They killed all the normal people? Yeah, and then we have the Volcano Manor. And then we have the two covenants we can join. The Moog people. Like, there's so many assassins in this game. It's very funny. There's so many different assassin factions. Oh, and then we have the Celia. Celia is a town of sorcerer assassins that target other sorcerers. I should have made a list of assassins. It's very funny. All right, let's go back to the DLC. Where are we at now? Let's go... maybe north from here? I went here. I went here. I remember there being like a cave here. I think that's important. Let's go there. Yes. And also the Fort of Reprimand, but I want to go north first. Formless Mother only wants her own wounds to bleed out her own blood because it literally burns her insides. I mean... The Formless Mother causes bleed. Her own blood burns people and makes them bleed. So when it says she craves a wound, I think it means she craves any kind of wound. And wounding is her form of worship, both to her and wounding others. Holy shit. Oh god, isn't there a bear here somewhere? Charge heavy launches? Oh my god, that's cool. Two best arcane weapons in the game are the Ripple. Yeah, they're S scaling. They're both the Albinaric weapons, yeah. Okay, my brain is saying there's a bear somewhere here, but it might be above? Either way, this cave is really important, yeah. I kind of thought, I forgot it was so significant. Maybe bear up there? That's okay, we'll worry about it later. The other assassins are each other's victims? You bring up a compelling point. You know, I will point out that that is the only other thing I can think of that does light. I don't know what type of damage that is, but I think someone was saying that we can get this in DLC. I just don't remember. I think it becomes a spell. And it's specifically done by living man-eating flowers. But it's very similar to the meteoric ore. Damn, that is good. Yeah, we'll see when I get it. I just don't remember everything like that. There's a tiny little tree in this cave. A real tree, a minor Erd tree. And a bunch of perfumers protecting it. And the entrance is guarded by Miranda blockers as well, who work with the perfumers a lot. Heal from afar. Wait, what is this? Hang on. Oh. Four-toed fowlfoot. In the lands between, having 3 digits is seen as a bad omen. As such, the four-toed fowlfoot is a gift of great luck indeed. Interesting. Gloves of an Erdtree capital perfumer. In times past, the role of perfumer was much respected, a blessed apothecary in the eyes of the many. But after entering the battlefields of the Shattering, they performed no such role, trading their aromatics for poisons and explosives. Heal from afar, an Erdtree incantation discovered in the realm of shadow. Fires a projectile toward distant allies that greatly restores HP on contact. Even when far beyond, far out of sight, the Erdtree will surely give us its blessing. Oh, this is faith personified. And here it is. We find it here. That's beautiful. Think the Mirandas are sentient? Yeah. It's not that weird when you consider the fact that Marika, I think, is a literal tree person, and her children are flowers. Trina, Melania, Odwin turns into a plant. Like, also a fish. But listen, people are complicated, okay? What the hell is a minor Erdtree doing here? I wonder if they planted it. Or maybe it's somehow snuck in. Because remember, we get minor Erdtrees freaking everywhere. We get... Okay. Lore reminder. So, okay, weird. Anyway, minor Erdtrees only started growing when, like, after the Shattering. The golden seeds shot out and grew a lot of them. We still find golden seeds, but all of these were planted by one. Now, we find golden seeds everywhere, including deep underground in Nox territory. So, the Erdtree seeds got freaking everywhere. Apparently... at least one might have made it to the Land of Shadow, or it was brought here after the Shattering. But that's... even then, I guess it would be possible for someone to come here. Maybe, oh, maybe it was a, rather than planted as a seed, maybe it was a cutting. I think that this is a significant aspect of how Marika's people, the Newman, spread. Is, I think they are like tree people. And as a result, with like plants, like trees, you can take cuttings. I think a graft makes the most sense because these are protected by the Lanedale perfumers. So perhaps they were granted a cutting of the tree, of the Erdtree, because remember, the seed would have had to make it here. And, like, after the Shattering? It's possible. I don't know, though. I think this might have been a cutting. What a strange place to put it, though. Cutting like the Halig tree? Yeah, the Halig tree, it was probably similar. Because remember, there is this really interesting item description on one of our talismans. The Erdtree was once perfect and eternal, and thus was it believed that Erdtree seeds could not exist. Yet nonetheless, they created talismans of them. Unless maybe this was done after? That makes sense. Yeah, so once they started seeing golden seeds, they created this. But at the time, they believed it was eternal. So the only way to get another Erdtree to grow would be a cutting. And cuttings can be taken just fine. It still hurts the tree, though, slash plant, so you really do have to be careful with cuttings. But as long as you're careful and you know what you're doing, you can basically grow many plants from one. And really, it makes them sort of all the same plant, but growing in different places. Which is really significant, considering all the lore of this game. You able to take a branch of the Erd tree here? Presumably, yes. Remember, this was Mesmer's army. Mesmer had a great deal of Marika's trust. For all intents and purposes, from what we can tell, they were very close. It's just... Oh, a forager brood! Pearlescent scale. Opaline pickled liver. Pearlescent scale, a glassy and glistening fragment of pearlescent hue, found by hunting lamprey. These retrograde scales are found embedded deep within the skill of lamprey. Well, we don't know what that is yet, so we're not going to pay attention to that. But, That's so crazy that they have a cutting. Like, that's really, really neat. Lots of gray birds. What? I could have sworn I heard the Deathbird soundtrack. This tree is little, yet by this idea it should be even bigger than those of the lands between. Except we don't really know what makes them grow. Because if it's just time, well, that's sort of the thing. Plants growing, if you've ever tried to grow anything from seed, you know what I'm talking about. It's so strange. There's so much that goes into it. You can have the perfect soil and a fresh seed and water at the perfect time and the optimal time, and it won't grow. You can take a seed, like a gathering of seeds from effectively the same batch, and they'll grow differently. From the same tree, even. I took I grew some trees actually when I was a kid, and same thing. I took 3 seeds from one tree. I planted all 3, and all 3 turned out real different. I planted them the same way at the same time. That's sort of the thing. And since these don't require water or sunlight, like what do they require? How do they grow? Well, we don't know. So maybe it's proximity to the Erd tree. Maybe it's something else, because we shouldn't have seeds at all then, because all of them should have at least sprouted, but presumably the golden seeds we find are just ones that never grew. They never took to soil. But next to them is a tiny little spectral tree. Raw burrow. Oval-shaped stone bearing an engraving. Relic found at the ancient ruins of Ra. In the center of the stone... I shouldn't have come here. Hang on. Shouldn't have done this like that. Okay. In the center of the stone is a small nest-like hole. Once this is inhabited by a sprite, the stone can be used as a ritual element. Oh my god, I totally forgot about sprites. And the really interesting spirit tuning implications of that. Yeah, it's not just time that makes things grow bigger. Cuttings are hard. Sometimes they don't work right. Fucking dogs. Still the worst enemies sometimes, my goodness. Number of bodies the tree can feed off of? Well, honestly, I think that kind of disproves that the tree, like, I mean, of course, bodies are nutrients to trees, but these are strange trees, so we don't really know what feeds them, what makes them grow. But this is a land that has seen far more destruction, death, and warfare since time immemorial, and yet the tree is smaller. So that kind of actually is a very good point. It disproves the idea that the tree only grows when it feeds off people. This place is basically a giant grave, and this was before Mesmer too. Because these grave birds predate that, most likely. We see them all over the place, but they weren't made after the war. They're part of the ancient death religion. Plants are quite thirsty for blood in this world. Okay, but I think that that's... Alright, we see a bunch of bodies at tree roots, and we think, oh, it's fucking horrifying. It's like eating, but that's nature. Really? I don't think that's meant to be like a disturbing thing that we look at and go, oh my god, the tree is eating people. Yeah, it was an honor to be buried at the Erd Tree roots. It was the religion of these people. Oh, poor Torrent got owned. I didn't even know. So, like, I get what you're saying, but I feel like a lot of that is, like, it makes the trees seem, like, vampiric, predatory. It is a natural part of the life cycle that, you know, trees do feed off of decay. And they get nutrients from, you know, things that have died, other trees, animals, all that. But I don't see the trees as sinister or, like, feeding off of people. They're trying to grow. They're parasitic. I think that that's not it at all. Mikola chose to feed the tree off his own blood. Who knows what else he could have fed it? Maybe there were other options. He clearly didn't grow a very good tree, unfortunately, because by feeding it his blood, it sort of gave the tree his curse, too. Yeah, if that were the only way for the trees to grow, though, then this tree should be really big. So, I don't think Melania's rot played a part in the stunting of the tree, because the place where Mikola was is completely pristine. Presumably, Mikola's presence sanctified the tree and prevented the rot from spreading. His absence is when it started to decay, most likely. At least is my read on it. I think it makes sense. But remember also that that was part of the plan. Like, him leaving was part of the plan. Because Melania knows about it. However, the plan changed when he was already growing in the tree. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's a strange one, Mikola. You're my new fave streamer? Hey, thanks! I'm glad you're enjoying the content. It means a lot. And I mean, the plants, the petals, what do you call them? The Mirandas, they literally do eat people. But I mean, so do wolves, you know? It's just what they eat. Oh, look at that. Those are oak leaves. Oh, that's so freaking pretty. Is that a YouTube comment? Yes, and this is why. I know we meme on YouTube, but I'm telling you, folks, they're very nice. And you know what I realized? Instagram is very funny. Like, people are so funny on Instagram. The comments are freaking hilarious. I'm sure there's still the social media nonsense, but let me tell you, on my Posts? Oh my god, you can post like GIFs and pictures? People are so funny on Instagram. I'm shocked. I really thought it would be like Twitter. No, dude. Just Twitter sucks. Instagram's actually really chill. People are cracking me up. Instagram comments are goon bait? Okay, come on. Maybe if you're on fucking Fitstagram or some shit. Or you're in certain corners. But really, I gotta tell you, Twitter as a platform is fucking garbo. It's fucking so ass. It's just a bunch of hateful, angry people all the time. Instagram? Fuck, it's funny. Oh my god. Oh my god, the Northern Nameless Mausoleum. Huh, okay. Let's do it. Red Bear. Let's get a gamer. Oh, fuck. He's got this moveset. Yeah. Okay, I remember. Kind of. Gonna crouch poke him. No! Ah! Fuck. I forgot he does a double. Oh, that was nice. Holy. Woo! The tracking is so good on that. My goodness. Yeah, like Twitter is much worse now after the great let's just say the great exiting. It's worse, but it was already pretty. Like, I think the worst shit I've ever seen. Actually, no, the worst shit I've ever seen is on YouTube. But like, Twitter is very threatening. Like, I think that people forget sometimes on Twitter that they are indeed interacting with other people. It's just like crazy shit. Just casually they say it is insane. And like now, arguably, you're often not interacting with real people. It's just bots. But still, the point remains. It's bad. It is real bad. It got worse. Red Bear's Claw. So we got another warrior with no name. And this is our third directional place. But I'm actually like so pleasantly surprised by Instagram. I'm having so much fun with it. Follow me on Instagram, by the way. I'm posting old clips and then eventually I'm going to catch up and post new clips. And they're really funny. I'm back on my PvP arc in the past. Red Bear's Claw. Claw of a great red bear, wielded without modification by Red Bear, whose name is lost to madness. After killing the great red bear in a blood-soaked bout, he became fascinated by the untainted glory of its naked strength. I wish to be a bear, no more and no less. Unique skill, Red Bear Hunt. Slaughters prey with sharp claws and a great swipe of the arm. The attack creates a vacuum which deals continuous damage. Surprisingly, based on the description, not arcane. I guess it's just for simplicity, but I was wondering if that might be one of the arcane weapons. Fang Helm. Whoops, wrong button. Helm of Red Bear, whose name is lost to madness. The cheek guards are shaped after lion fangs. Okay, bro, how are you gonna fuck that up? Oh, there it is. Perhaps his fascination with the untamed strength of the wild stemmed from his past as a red mane. I was gonna say lions, bro. Are you a red mane? Yep, it's right there. I was like, bro, you want to be a bear and you created lion horn helm? Like, are you crazy? I understand now. Chest armor of Red Bear, whose name is lost to madness. A vest reinforced with iron rivets. Yeah, so bro used to be a red mane and lost his identity. Obsession with strength. And the untamed strength of the wild. I think that really does. Well, yeah. What do the red manes value? What did Radon value? Strength. This really cements it. Even his followers were obsessed with strength. Wild strength at that. Guess the golden age of social media was around when Facebook came out. Facebook's origin is incredibly toxic, and also Facebook was fucking unhinged. Like, yeah, it was like, oh, you can talk to your friends and keep in touch and blah blah blah, but bro, the shit that we did on Facebook, like, did everyone do this like friend ranking shit? My Facebook gamers, my millennials will know. Everyone had these like friend rankings, and they were literally like, you would name your number 1 friend and your number 2 friend and then all the way down. And if one of your friends like pissed you off, you'd go on Facebook and just fucking move them and shit. And everyone had one, so you had to have one. And imagine you're someone, like, you put someone as your number 1 friend, but you're their number 2 friend or your number 3 friend. Or you were their number 1 friend and then you look and their new friend's number 1 now and you're number 2. Fuck, dude. Shit was psychotic. If that was the golden age, then I don't think there ever was one. Do you know what I mean? Does anyone else remember this? Like, other people surely had this. I don't think it was just like my social group. Crazy shit though. Top friends, is exactly it. Yeah, I never had MySpace, so it was very toxic, yeah. All proper friend groups run in a caste system, yeah, clearly. Oh my goodness. Anyway, what does this have to do with Red Bear? Not really anything, but Red Bear did something very interesting. He did what looks like a dragon communion spell. Incantation, I suppose. But rather than a dragon's head, it was a bear's head. So if he became obsessed with the naked strength of bears, the same way that people became obsessed with eating dragon hearts, perhaps he found a way to channel that. Maybe he wanted to become a bear. Maybe he succeeded. Yeah, that's something new, although we haven't seen red bears before. Wait, did we see a red bear on this playthrough yet? We did. It was a baby red bear, though. We saw a small red bear with horns. Not anything that big like that guy's spell was, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Oh god. Oh, I slipped. Okay, I'm playing with one hand. I shouldn't do that. I'm just like... I'm just like thinking. Also, it's a little fun to see how much I can play with only one hand. It's kind of hard. So, all of the warriors in those graves lost their name and their identity to time. Or madness. Or a choice. Or a trade. They became lost in something. They became obsessed with something else. Dancer of Rana lost in the dance. They became the dance. The red bear became lost in becoming a bear. The Solitude Knight gave up his heart as a trade for strength. Usually it's because I'm drinking tea. Got my runes back. Let's go. So there are golems here, and we talked about how the golems are very, very, very ancient, and we don't really know who created them. But we just found an item that's associated with Ra. We don't know much about that place yet, but we've visited briefly. Well, Ra ruins. Found the map. These giant ruins are flooded, overgrown, and split into two by a chasm. To the southwest is the Church of the Bud, overlooking the Tower of Shadow. Overlooking it. Oh. Temple Town ruins. Sorry. Oh. Yeah, no, the death plants. Mm-hmm. A lot of plants that only bloom out of blood, yeah. The blood plants are the most twisted of all. What is that? Oh, the abandoned ailing village. And a tutelary deity. Yet another destroyed one. Oh my god, there's pot throwing horn scent now? Y'all deserve this. There is an entrance somewhere. Oh man, I remember this place being very neat. I'll be damned if there isn't a way past the wall. What the fuck? Who wrote that? Hint, hint, there's a way in for sure. But I don't remember it, so let's see what we can do. I don't think it's that one. I remember doing some serious tomfoolery only to find that it was actually very easy, but I just don't remember what the easy part was. That one a dev message? Yes. Dev messages have a specific look. I'm playing offline, so they're all more visible. Yeah. Cool. This is looking promising, but they all look kind of promising. Oh yeah, the happy places. Yeah. The happy place that's covered in people who skin people. Yeah, the Midsummer Village. Yeah, I love that place. Want me to tell you? Nah, I'll figure it out. Or I won't. Sorry. Unfortunately, the one obstacle to today might be when my voice gives out. Sorry about the coughing. I'm hoping that next time I'll be better. I didn't want to delay lore again just because my voice won't go back to normal. I hate being sick so much. Brave Glovewort. I don't think it's an illusory wall, but it might be. Okay, that's not it. Oh wait, maybe it's like... no. I'll be damned if there isn't a way past this wall. I think I remember there being a spirit spring or something nearby, but I swear I found like a weird way through this myself. But I could be misremembering. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. So, I will mention that we heard about something Okay, Templetown ruins. Oh, I guess I just didn't grab the grace here. We got the map, and it specifically mentioned the Church of the Bud in the southwest. So looking at that, that's like here. But what the fuck is that? I have to keep an eye out for any buds or anything like that. Yeah, I said I don't want to know, so, like, you shouldn't have said anything. I want to figure it out. Because I did it once. I can do it twice. Probably 3 times, really. Oh, I got the map here, yeah. Oh my god, I was wondering where the Spirit Spring is. They're not marked on the map. Because I remember there's a really cool and kind of sneaky platforming puzzle here that you can get to some crazy stuff somewhere. Like over there or something. Like I swear you can get like there. I just don't remember. I think I only did 1 DLC clear, and then I did like a secondary what I missed and lore stuff, but like, yeah, I just wasn't too into it. Whee! Okay, no, so it's not there. Oh, there it is. Do you see that? There's like a platform there. You can get there. Let's go from there. Miyazaki claims there are still secrets no one discovered yet. He always says that. I think it might be his favorite troll. At this point, I don't even know if I believe him. Sorry. Goodness. This looks about right. This is heading toward where I need to go for this platform. Oh. A beast horn. Well, that's disappointing for being in just a little chest. But yet, could it be because there's something more significant to find? I don't want to check this area yet. I'm not looking at the red. I'm not looking at the red stuff yet. Yeah, there's still probably secrets. I just mean like in terms of no one having found. Listen, I love FromSoft, but it's not like it's not like Miyazaki's watching every creator on the planet. Aha! So the beast horn being in the chest is kind of like your hint, like you're not done here because you get a shit reward. You're like, wait, all that for just that? No, there's more. Ah. Divine Bird Warrior Ornis. Oh, beast horn. So this is actually new. So that is significant. Horns suffused with spirituality, found by hunting horned beasts of the realm of shadow. The crucible has a particularly strong influence on the beasts of the realm of shadow, causing many to grow horns despite the characteristics of their species. Divine Bird Warrior Ornis. Used to summon the spirit of Ornis, the Divine Bird Warrior. Spirit of the Divine Bird Warrior from whom the Horned Giants claim descent. Clad in golden armor and granted wings and feathers by divine invocation. Ornis succeeded in taming the divine bird and made its wings his own as he soared through the sky. When he finally fell to earth, he lived on as the guardian deity of the temple quarter. So, the Divine Beast Warriors claim they come from this, and we found one of these guys, and I think it was here on the map? I don't know, because we didn't have the map at the point. But this is where we went, or maybe like one of these little pools. Maybe this. And we found one of those Divine Beast Warriors. So, this area is called the Ancient Ruins of Wraff. So this is older than the Horn Set, and they claim they descended from them, and then one of them fell to earth, and this is underneath these ruins. We can see them up there, but we can't reach them yet. So he basically fell from above and became a deity to the people because, well, he was to them, I suppose. Doing stuff like tracking repeat players died the most? Yeah, I mean, they track stuff. I'm just saying, like, FromSoft hasn't watched everybody. Probably some of the coolest secrets and lore theories are hidden on small channels or by people who don't freaking stream. They're just like playing the game being like, whoa, cool. Okay, so that helps me get that. It actually doesn't help me get in there. Placidus X's head on Bale? I mean, it's a little hard to see, but you can see them on his back, yeah. Alright, I might come back to this because I don't really feel like doing this area anyway, just sort of where I ended up. But we have the Grace, we have the map, that helps fill it out. Maybe I'll keep trying a little bit though. Look at some of these more distant places because there's a lot of spirit springs around here. Oh, I think the furnace golems, in terms of design and everything, are super cool. I just wish they hadn't done them the way that they did, I suppose. Because, yeah, they are really neat. It's just the fact that you have to throw a consumable item into their head hole to kill some of them, and there's really, like, no other way because you genuinely don't do damage to them. I just don't love it. I hate consumables. I hate relying on them, you know? Yeah, this is what I meant about the DLC being a little different for me because I haven't done it as much, so I don't have everything memorized. So you get some of these moments of like, I don't remember this. I want to explore, you know? That's the thing. I like it. What the? Oh, is this the one I freed already? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, okay, I see where I am. Oh, no, 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 no. Torrent! Oh. Never mind, I lived. They kind of feel targeted, those players that refuse to use consumables. It's less about, like, using... Because, like, listen, if I could use them, it's fine. But what if you're just, like, really freaking bad? And you literally run out of furnace golem heads and shit. You just have to go farming? Like, screw you? I just don't love that. The necessity of farming can be kind of a bummer. People complain about that with the older games. They say Bloodborne should, like, not have consumable healing. I get it. I think there's a good argument to be made there. Okay. So a lot of these jumps are really, really close because they're sort of deceptive. They're like, you can totally make it, but you just quite can't. So I think we have to go further to get closer, but I really have gone in the vicinity and I can't find anything. The closest I got was the bird warrior thing, but I can't jump from there. I'll die. You can farm the furnace ingredients? I just feel like you shouldn't really have to. I don't even know what drops them. Like, listen, okay, I am fine with farmable healing in Bloodborne because there's very few items in Bloodborne. Like, it's a very, very tight game in terms of scope. So you really just have blood vials, quicksilver bullets, and that's it. A few consumables, but they're very few and far between. Enemies don't drop weapons. There are no farmable weapons. Every single weapon, you just go in the world and you pick up. You find it, you do quests, whatever, you get it, right? So because of that, I'm fine with farmable healing because it's just blood vials. Also, it's static sizes, right? Demon Souls, I hated farmable healing. It was bad. That game is vicious. All right, let's go again this way. That one's so close. It's such a tease. It's like right there. Oh, my grass farming? I guess it's just I ran out of healing a lot in Demon Souls, and I never ran out of healing in Bloodborne because of how they did it. So you are struggling with the boss, and you are sort of like hard stuck on multiple levels, so you keep on using up your healing, and then you have no healing. And then you're running through an area and you're getting baby healing instead of like medium healing. Basically just a different system. I don't mind getting drops as items and like weapons as drops. I think it's really cool actually because then you feel like it's very special when you get something. Alright, so I want to point out that Raw is actually green. It's like the only green place we've actually had. And it's very cool, but we're not quite there yet. However, we are in this place with red trees. That's where we're heading now. We've seen the Altus yellowy orange. And now look, things are starting to mix with red. And then what exactly are these? Fucking fuchsia pink. Oh! Besides beating my ass. Ugh. Well, they look exactly like the hostile pets that we've come to know and love from base game. Rot priests. But they are so different. The forager brew that we've been seeing is more similar. These guys are bright fucking red. Pink at some parts of their head. So we've heard of the forager brood. So is this a different brood? Look at this. Rather than... Okay, Scarlet Rot is an orangey red. It's often depicted as red, but oftentimes as orange. Either way, if you think of it like in a color theory perspective, you take red and you put a little bit more orange in it, you kind of get that right hue. Or like yellow, I suppose, because this makes orange. Anyway, this is closer to purple. It's red, but it's mixed with blue, pushing it toward the purples, and you can kind of see it there at the bottom, right? It's very bluey. This is a scarlet rot, bud. No question. But it's not like we know it. Even the reddest don't have this rich blood shade. But the way the rot looks, it's still that orangey red. Yeah. Also, yeah, definitely a little bit of balancers, but I think balancers are different. Holy fuck, why did the birds make that sound? Brave Bird's Black Quill armor. Featuring a cape of black deathbird feathers, it enhances jumping attacks. Brave Birds are ancient golems created to guard the spirit graves built where all manner of death ultimately drift. So the one I've been wearing doesn't enhance jump attacks, does it? Hell yeah, now I got the wings, baby. Hell yeah, dog. But also, it's very much related to the raptor's black feathers. A ritual implement for transforming into a deathbird, if only by imitation, strengthens jump attacks. This is the Raven Mount Assassins. This is what I was talking about. Another one of the people who dress as birds. This is them. Kind of interesting when we... So now we've also been introduced to the Divine Beast... Sorry, not the Divine Beast. The Bird Warriors, which is a new thing. Because historically, all we know is that the birds have been linked to death. With the twin birds, the death birds, the death right birds, and now we have birds, but they're divine. Even here, though, as discussed, we have birds that were created in the shape of death birds, basically, to protect graves. God damn it. Very good. Very good. Love the raptor's black feathers, even if it got a bad rap in PvP. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, just jump attacks are very strong. A lot of people run just pure meta, so they build their fashion around buffs, not on appearance. I wore this because I just liked how it looked, and now I'm actually doing jump attacks, so I'm getting the benefit, but I wore this when I wasn't even doing jump attacks, not really. Jump attacks really that strong in PvP? Well, if you're talking about invasions, yes, they sure are, because in invasions, no matter how much poise you run, eventually you're gonna get hit and stunned by something. And that could be as simple as a single straight sword R1. And then, because you're already going, ah, because you got hit, the bro behind him with two colossal weapons, who set up his RKR with both hands, wearing black raptor's feathers, can hit you with a jump attack without even having to aim, and you can't move because you're already stunned. You gotta remember the way that PvP is structured in this game is it's like 3-on-1. So it doesn't do a lot of stagger. It's not very good. It's very easy to read. Yeah, but you're not 1-on-1, are you? You're never 1-on-1. Oh, did I get this one? Okay, I'm just gonna get my runes, but I'm gonna grab that. I think I got the significant item. I know there's more in this area, but I just kind of fucking hate this place. So these are ruins that fell from above. Really? Oh no, I didn't grab it. Oh god! Don't. Jesus Christ, that is so toxic. They knew what they were doing. Ah! How did he even cast that? He was like mid-swing. That's crazy. I really can't believe they finally made my dream come true and gave me a pink fucking enemy, but it's these guys. They are really cool looking though. It's sort of the same reason Rivers of Blood and Moonveil are considered very annoying in PvP. They're not very good one-on-one. Like, yeah, you can switch up Moonveil, mess with the timing to mess with people, but generally, no one's really doing that when you invade them. They just L2, R2, right? Oh. I found the cave. Whoa, this is so cool. Antiquity Scholar's Cookbook, a record of crafting techniques left by the Hornsen academics who studied the ancient ruins of Ra. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following. Or sorry, I missed the important part. Details techniques for working with sprites thought lost to antiquity. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following Fire Sprite Stone. Fire Sprite Stone, a raw burrow inhabited by a fire spirit. Uses FP to release a fire sprite that bounces along the ground. The sprite pierces through enemies, dealing fire damage. Of all the sprites, the fire sprites are said to be the most boisterous in nature. So, they studied the Ra ruins and learned techniques from them. Techniques lost to time. Hi, pretty owl. Do you have horns? You sure do. Look at his little head. Got little horns, I think. No, he just got, like, stuff on his head. I think the white ones did have horns, though. The ones that scream. Okay, let's go find that, Jumpy and see if it's helpful. Yeah, in general, Moonveil and Rivers are just parry bait when you're one-on-one. Like, no one's gonna use them in a duel. What's strong in a duel is very different. It just depends on what kind of PvP you do. Oh no, this is this one. Okay. Great horned owl in real life? It's true, but yeah, the great horned owl just looks like it has little horns. Ravine North. All right, let's check this out. I remember, frankly, this area not having much in it, but that's okay. I think there's a bear, and it'd be cool to fight one of our first bears. Maybe get some more arcane. Oh, there's spirit. There's the scorpion spiders too. Gosh. They're really scary when they fly. Might be worse. There it is. So, yeah, here it is. Oh, Jesus. Regalia, the great red bear. Oh shit, fucked it up. What? Oh my god, chat. I tried to surge sprint. It's not in this game. Baby girl, you wish. What the fuck? Was that a switch up? It was fucked. looks like he's gonna swipe and then he does claw. It's crazy. Or opposite, he does chomp. I don't know them super well because I haven't fought them too much in Night Rain, but at least Night Rain has helped a little. I jumped that, but he blocked me with his big fat bear ass. Not a bear ass, a bear ass. Like, not like demonetized on YouTube. Just a bear. This bear was named, though. Roar of Rugalea, an incantation of what is jokingly called the Bear Communion. Channels the power of Rugalea, the Great Bear. Transform oneself into a great red bear and emit a mighty roar. An incantation that is more akin to the divine invocation of the horn scent than it is to the dragon communion. Only through desperate battle with the feral wild can one discover a god unique to oneself. All faith, which is why it is called Bear Communion, but it isn't Bear Communion. Oh yeah, doesn't the bear guy not have pants? No, he has pants. Never mind. The fact that he didn't get staggered is crazy. Yeah. Bears, I tell you. That is crazy, actually. Now you mention it. Yeah, I think anything can get the gold-eyed buff. That's cool though that it was a boss. Now that you mention it, but I guess overworld boss is the same thing. Oops. Oh, is this a giant pile of poop? Sure is. Horn-strewn excrement. Excrement of a large carnivorous beast containing fragments of horns, found underfoot in places like forests where beasts dwell. It is said that the deadliest of the horned predators enjoy the sport of hunting and devouring other horned creatures. Huh. Hefty feeded pot. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is like literally just poop. Have fun. But yeah, so we have poop that has blood in it, which is not good, and bugs. We have like that are born in it, not that like are on it. We have gold excrement, and now we have horn strewn. Either way, these creatures are targeting horned beasts specifically. It's as if they know it might strengthen them, bring them closer to the crucible. And I wonder if that isn't what's going on here, and why this bear is so big and so much more significant than the other smaller ones, is because it somehow knew that eating enough horned creatures would strengthen it. Ooh, a thing. Roses. Hi. Ow, who? They're too short, I can't see them. Took their pants. Ooh. Stop. Avert your gaze from me. I beg, look away. Well, that's weird. This is important. This is not the direction I thought it was. Monka, Yeah, I don't know if I have the fortitude to do this right now. Make that sound again? I actually don't know if I can. Scorpion River Catacombs. I do want to grab the Grace here, though. So we knew this was a catacombs because there was statues of roses guiding us. What could avert your gaze be about? This is the one. Yeah, this is important, but we're not going to do this right now. I just don't... Like, I love this. I just don't want to do it right now because I need more mental energy. Just unlocking things, reminding myself of the map, etc. I think this is the important one, though. No, I'm not gonna be able to go for too late tonight because I'm still not feeling well. I'm like... I swear my voice is getting worse. My throat just kills, but I'm sure I'll be better by next time. I just, like... I can't help but feel that a lot of talking is not beneficial. Oh, look at this! Tusks and extra horns. Lots of horn beasts in the land of shadow. Don't worry, we'll get to all of this. Worry not. But you know, when you really enjoy something, when something's like a huge chunk of game, you want to start in the right mindset. You know what I mean? No 24-hour stream, Sag. I know. Sorry. So this whole area, I'm pretty sure, is just Rugalea and a pile of shit. Literally. So, while that catacomb is important, I can't help but feel that this entire fucking area could have been squished down. Like, I get it, but this is what I'm talking about. Run around here just to find 2 piles of shit. Get it? Because the Red Bear sucks and he's a pile of shit. It's about the exploration. Yeah, I know, but sometimes you want to feel like you didn't just explore it for freaking, like, a bird in the corner. Come back here, Ram! You look cool. I must kill you. This is a cool place to see a lot of the horned beasts, though, without other stuff. That's, like, you know, something at least. I'm so glad we switched to a DLC weapon. This is awesome. Wraff, you're playing the exact same way. You're just jumping L1ing. Yeah, but it's with a DLC weapon now. Killing it. Why am I going zigzag as if that'll help with the tracking fucking incantation? I'm dead. There's literally nothing I could do there because they staggered it. Holy shit. Oh god, as if these guys needed to be worse. It's fine. 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 That's okay. We're just gonna have to fucking run through. It's what I get for exploring. This is literally me being punished for exploring. If I had just teleported, then when I left, wouldn't have happened. Should have just ported. No, that's what I get for running around. That's what I get. Your reward. Congratulations. Gosh darn pests. Well, I guess they didn't call them not pests. a divine bird warrior? No, it's a horn scent warrior. No, I actually never realized how much these fucking warriors actually look like the divine bird warriors. Ah. No kidding. Is that a Beeble? Oh my god. Beeble, what's that under you? You got like a goo pile. What's up with that? Ash of War, the poison flower blooms twice. Damn, that is an incredible name. Forgot about this. Okay, nothing good. Poison flower blooms twice. This Ash of War grants an affinity, the poison affinity, grants an armament, the poison affinity, and the following skill. The poison flower blooms twice, conjures stingers of scarlet rot from below to stab the enemy. Landing a follow-up attack on a foe already inflicted with poison or rot deals massive damage in one fell swoop. I'm gonna try that out. It's actually really neat looking. I don't think I've ever used it. I wish they didn't put them on a platform that I keep falling from, but that's okay. Oh, there they are.
They're pink because it's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they want you to actually engage with the game, but then, like, 99% of this game, you can just fucking run through it. Because, like, this would get you punished in other games. You can't just run through enemies, it's true, but it's just... Without Torrent, you're so slow. You know? Okay, so let's try a weapon with this Ash of War. I'd like to see what it looks like. Maybe, I mean, it said all melee. Let's use them as Aracord. That's really neat. A follow-up attack, though? How do you do a follow-up? Gosh, that is really cool. On the Venomous Fang? Oh, that's thematic. Yeah. Hand-to-hand weapons? Oh, that's pretty cool. It has the same vibe as, like, the dry leaf arts, for sure. The dry leaf weapons are actually really... Well, I say weapons. I think there is two, but I don't remember. I always wanted to try the dry leaf weapons. I just don't know if they're actually good. Probably. But I don't know. Alright, gamers. It's time to catch these hands. The sound it makes is really fun. I feel like a wrestler. Okay, let's go see if I can upgrade them. Maybe try them out. Are they strength scaling? Well, I guess I can make them strength scaling. They can be infused. Oh man. Heavy dry leaf arts kind of sounds cool. And heavy is going to make it very strength scaling. It's going to be fun. Yo, Con! Thanks so much for the 10 gifted subs. My goodness. Welcome back. How is your social gathering? Thanks so much. Welcome, new butterflies, courtesy of Khan. That's very kind of you. I did it. I don't think I have any more, like, 9 smithing stones, though. Can I buy those? Because I'm worried I can't. Let's go find out. You know what? I'd like to try some summons. Let's try Orny. Ooh, and Florisax. Social gathering was paid by my friend's mom? Hell yeah. That's nice. Yeah, I want to try some of these summons because I don't really use them too much. And it'd just be cool to see their movesets and what they do. Had some extra runes. And now I have no runes. Can I even summon Florisax? I don't have a lot of mind. Yeah, I literally don't have enough. Well, it's okay. There's a way around that. If I remember right. It looks like Ornus is more expensive. Significantly more expensive. All right, let's try it out. Boom, baby. So this is the origin, bird and horns, and then eventually we have birds, but also we have horns, and they're separate. Horns are not blue usually? Yeah. Sorry, I think it's a seamless co-op thing. I added the mod just for the, what do you call it? Yeah, I was like, I feel like something was missing too. No, sorry, they're normally blue, but I'm using seamless co-op, and that might have changed that. Yeah. Muting has no effect here. Yeah, to be fair, that was a cough. But it's fine. Most of my sneezes aren't counted. Let's go punch the shit out of some bitches, shall we? It is cool to kind of see the model, though. Damn, 1,000 for a punch and it's that fast? Man, this might be good. This might be poggy. Look like he's about to put the paws on you. Why are you so tall? Oops. Damn, this is crazy, chat. Can you believe this is the difference between 5'11" and 6 feet? And that's why I can ride my mount, yeah. I still can't figure this out. I don't remember it. I feel like it can't be an illusory wall, but because I tried that like before, and I remember thinking I was very silly. But I remember it being so obvious in retrospect. Oh, goodness. Okay, I can't find this right now. It's okay. We'll come back. I think there's a path down here. You can actually see the gravestones on the map. Yeah, but it just leads to where we were already. We've already explored this area. Okay, but now a fucking fly is on me, so... Or maybe it's just a summon? Ah, that's probably why I can't teleport. Gotcha. All right. So we started Shadow Altus. We're exploring this area. We still have to go to the Fort of Reprimand. This is a really cool area. Like it's very twisted, but that's why it's very cool. We did this area. This area. I think this is how we got here. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I explored this. I think this is what I thought I was talking about, because I remember there being just like a little mine here. Let's grab that. I don't remember it being twisted or confusing for chronology. I guess we'll see. Oh boy, these are actually really fun. Yes, okay, I need to get this shit off my back then. Yes, queen. Gorgeous. I'm only one-handing shit. Hang on. Woo! Oh, damn. Now I'm cool as shit. Oh, I just was doing R2s because I like the sound they make, but they seem pretty good. But everything seems good. More Misbegotten. I might alter the dress because I kind of want to like see. I feel like the underside dress is perfect for like a Marika cosplay, and I just want to see it. It's more like just a slip, but still. Oh, I meant to do the default thing. I forgot I changed the Ash of War. That was really cool though. Oh my god. Wow, finally something fun. Thanks, Dane. So yeah, this is another forge. And Misbegotten again. Now that's cool. Oh my god, that is so satisfying. It's very reminiscent of the bone fists in Dark Souls 2, so it doesn't surprise me that they finally put some good fist weapons in this gosh darn game. Tanomura made sure of it. Alright, we got the forge. Let's do it. Oh, wait. It's pretty sick, actually. I gotta change the boots, though, maybe. Or, let's see. Cute. We keep the hat on, of course. I like these boots. It does look like Marika's dress. It's the closest the game has, anyway. Yeah, I don't have the bracelets, the Grave Warden bracelets, which is a shame. They're like my favorite. Hit them where they're weakest. Very. We have to check the fit with the Aura Walk. Absolutely, you know it. Your Consort Radon fighting Russ? Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to have the exact same fit as my previous run, but I always wear dresses. And this is something that people don't seem to understand. I remember, like, sometimes people comment, they're like, oh my god. I get this actually in the PvP videos, too. Because I post, like, clips and people are like, you know, oh, this guy is wearing that armor and doesn't even do anything for him. And I'm like, okay, let's not go too far, gamers. Because people can wear whatever. I wore Ronnie's hat and the deathbed dress on my first playthrough, and I beat the game with that fit. I wasn't using any frost sorceries. I just thought it was cute. You know what I mean? People can wear whatever. People like I got comments. I got a comment recently too. It was so funny. That was saying that I'm wearing like the wrong gear and I'm doing everything wrong on the boss, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, clearly it's not that hard because I beat with suboptimal stuff. Like, what is your point? You know what I mean? Like, you need all the best shit, all the perfect optimal stuff to beat the game? Like, on your first playthrough? Like, come on. Also, unsurprising, but on your first playthrough of a game, oftentimes you don't know what's optimal. Right? Like, you don't know that this boss is weak to this and strong against this because it's your first playthrough, you know? Holy shit, the stagger is incredible. I was gonna say, I'm wearing nothing. I don't even need this. Okay, what should we put on then? We have so much potential. But no, it's very funny because as I get comments that my stuff is all suboptimal and I'm stupid because of it on a first playthrough, and I'm like, everyone's stupid on their first playthrough. We don't know the optimal shit. Like, we didn't all fucking watch a guide video and made the perfect build the day the game came out. You know what I mean? But I also get comments that I'm using, like, OP stuff, so my win doesn't count. And it's like, people have to fucking pick a lane, I tell you. It's crazy. Oh! No, this, yeah, okay. Yeah, I like this, I like this. Smith script axe. Axe engrave with the Smith script. Execute a strong attack or jumping strong attack to throw the axe. Cool. I pick armor for fashion. I don't want to use anything just because it's good. If I like it, then it's cool. So like for Twitch Rivals, I did wear the raptor tail feathers because I thought it looked intimidating. So I wore the same hat that I usually wear, but I decided to wear that because I thought it looked cool when I'm running at people, and it really did. It scared people, I think. Well, I think I scared people a little bit. But anyway, you know what I mean? And in the end, I think I did like 2 freaking jump attacks. It wasn't for the jump attacks. Somehow both statements are correct. You don't use optimal stuff and I only use the best thing. It's true. And I understand these are different people making the comments. Like, I get it. I know that it's not just one person on multiple accounts. But I'm just saying, like, wearing what you want in these games, like, it's fashion souls, baby. Damn it, he hit me. Oh shit, that was 2 hits and I'm dead. I forgot. Still squishy. Uh-huh. You have to play the game exactly the same way someone else did. Even though they probably use suboptimal overpowered gear. Exactly. You're getting it. Yeah, the person telling me that I use all the wrong shit, I just respond, like, I don't understand how he doesn't know that he was setting himself up for a self-own, but people who are very rude like that, to be fair, he did also go like, oh, of course a woman doesn't know how to play, so he made it about that, do you know what I mean? So, like, it wasn't just like, you are dumb because gamer is like, oh, woman doesn't know how to build on her first playthrough. So I was like, oh, so you need to use all the best shit to win? Oh. I didn't. How does he not realize he's just setting himself up for the ultimate? Like, he really just said, I have a skill issue and I'm posting it online. Like, why would he say that? That's crazy. It was really funny though, so I can't be mad. It gave me the opportunity for a witty repartee. Did I go this way? That's where my runes is. Listen, gamers, I like a bit of PvP, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's okay, whether it's chat PvP, comment PvP. Every once in a while, I get an opportunity to use my wit, and it's fun. It's cathartic, you know? Just... You come to my house, and you try to be rude? That's a paddling. I'm gonna be like this. Oh! 1 second, hang on. Recalculating. Oh, okay, I did get punched like directly in the face by a rock guy and two, but that was fucking cool though. Oh shit, what the fuck? What do you think they can do that? Okay, putting two of these guys here is actually kind of diabolical. I can't throw my fists like that. That's fucking crazy. I want to do that. Does that count as a Hadouken? He heard me say, I'm throwing hands, and he's like, well, actually, that's not throwing hands. This is... Touche. Touche. I'm about to go back to the Dual Colossals game if you're not nice to me, so get your shit together. I'm having fun with my fisticuffs, but I will fucking put the Dual Colossals back on immediately, stat. If required. In fact, I can probably fit them. Hang on 1 second. Oh, I already passed them. No, but the punching. It's not my fault that FromSoft hates fun, okay? They haven't liked fun since fucking Bloodborne, okay? Talk to them, not me. That's right, gamers. We're going optimal. Hang on, hang on. Wait for this. 1 moment, please.
Gotta get my buffs up. All right.
Oh shit, it's not Night Rain, sorry. Oh, okay. I thought I could roll out of it. I couldn't. I gotta hit them in the ass. I know. I just thought I could stun him from the front. I've done it before. I gotta get him in the ass before the other guy rolls up. Wait till we're ready. That was a warm-up. It's okay. It was a warm-up. For that over the red dress? I really like the red dress too, but I just like the simplicity of this. A little different, you know? Whoa! I went the wrong way. Oh my god, I clicked the jumpy button, but it didn't. No jumpy. That's fucked. All right. Hang on. Wait. Stop doing the... Okay, they actually just stun lock you. Why can't I do that? Well, I guess I can, but that's mean. I have to kill him first. He's the rocket puncher. This is the worst run up in the game. There should be a stake of Marika right next to these bitches. Halu's Ruined Forge. Halu sounds like a dingus. Sorry, I'm heated right now. I'm just mad because I'm getting punched in the face when I want to be the one punching in the face. It's like really fucked up. Whoops, that was weird. Yeah, I'm not too worried about my runes because I have so many. At this point, I'm not even leveling up out of need anymore. I'm just leveling up to... Alright, my finger be slipping. I'm leveling up to get more arcane to try to get more weapon drops. Alright, do they both rocket punch? Maybe I just haven't seen the other one do it, but you seem to be more the punchy one. Are you serious? I got stuck on the wall! Game, come on. They're really mean for this. It does annoy me a little bit when two enemies are so close that if one hits you, the other will. Do you know what I mean? Where you get that really disappointing hammer that can be thrown? Maybe. Taking more attempts than Bale at this point. I don't want to be stuck. Oh, am I thick rolling? Oh, maybe I'm thick rolling and I didn't notice. I actually don't think I checked my equipment load. Because that felt really weird. Unless I got stuck in the lava? Oh yeah, I'm heavy load. Whoops. Back to the hands. Wait, hang on. No, didn't I get a talisman that enhances punches and kicks? Kicking and stomping skills. I mean, wouldn't this be a kicking stomping skill? Wait, what is that? Oh, right. No, isn't this... That feels kicky and stompy. Alright, we're going back to the hands because I don't want to change my equipment again. I just need them to not be directly on top of one another. Oh, I have such a good fucking idea, actually. I got him for a reason. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now it's an honorable 2v2. Yeah, I just don't know if when it says skills, I don't know if that means only L2s. Good job, Orny baby. You're doing great. Look at the health. You actually killed it. Damn, dude. Glad you're on my side, bud. I picked something up here, but I don't remember what it was now. It was, oh, yeah, Palm Blast. Oh, right. Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. Of course. Damn, Orny. Let's try this. Because, like, if this counts as a kick, which I'm hoping, like, it's fucking a kick, right? It should. That'd be great. You think Orny can join me? He can fly, right? Oh my god, it was like petting him. This is his friend. I think Orny's still messing something up over there. He's doing great. The way they pet them and stuff, it reminds me of the potentate, like the sweet potentate, the jar village. It's a little sad because these are golems, so we don't really know how. Oh boy, maybe not intelligent, but golems often seem to just be doing the last thing that they did. Right? They're just like automated, but these golems are a little different. They seem a lot more alive, intelligent. And they seem to be smithing golems, so presumably they aren't just golems. And then there's a question of what exactly powers them. Oh, God. Ugh. Hey, golems have a fist? I did not get that in DLC. Woo! We know they're golems because, well, they're described as such. But they really seem like they might be something other than that. Smith Script Shield. Discus Hurl. Cool. Neat. Ooh, a ladder. I did watch House of the Dragon, but I'm pretty behind. I don't really love it, but it's not bad. It's just not my style of show. It's actually really sweet. We're gonna go ruin it. Oh, that's a pit. I did not see that. Holy shit. Okay. Sorry.
Ugh.
I'm just petting him. It's so sweet. I love the idea of Smith Script weapons. actually can't stop coughing. Alright. I'm out of water. No. Okay, give me a second. I'm literally crying because I'm coughing so hard. Give me a minute. Hello, bitch. I'm not choking. I had a really bad cough attack. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I literally ran out of water the moment that I had the worst cough attack of my life, to the point that I literally fucking cried because I couldn't stop coughing. That's gonna be my marker though. I need to end. My throat's telling me it's time to stop. Sorry it's a little earlier. I'm hoping I'll be better by next time. It's freaking brutal. I don't know why my cough is lingering so much. It's driving me crazy. But I'll be back on Tuesday, and hopefully at 100%, no more coughing, because it's driving me crazy too. I don't like coughing, and it hurts my throat. But thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the lore run. Yeah, that's it. When I literally cannot play the game because I'm coughing, that is when it's woof, woof. That's a good ending mark. You sound strange because I'm sick. Like, what are you? Like, what do you mean? Why are you trying to kill me? Of course it sounds strange. Keep telling us you're feeling better because I want to stream. I'm doing this for you guys. I want you guys, and because I love the lore, I want to experience this. I love this. I don't want to take a day off, especially on the weekend where most folks are free. I really do want more people to be able to watch, and I know that a lot of people are bummed when they have to catch the VOD. So I try to stream at the best time for everyone. But yeah, I know I still sound a little funny. I should be better by Tuesday. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Sorry about the cough attack. Yeah, I'm here to clear the mark of slander. She cares so much about our interests in entertainment. Exactly, exactly. But yeah, I'm all good. Just, you know when you got like an extreme tickle in your throat and you have to cough and cough and then you drink water, but then it turns out you drank all your water and you have to go run and get water? Anyway, that's what happened. Thank you again for watching. See you next time. We're going to be just continuing the lore run. I'm still not sure about Silent Hill 2. I know I still haven't decided if I'm going to continue it. I'm sort of, because I want to, but I'm torn. Maybe I'll squeeze it in. I just really want to prioritize this because I'm having so much fun with it. So look forward to that. Good night, everybody. I will recover. Don't you worry. See you next time. Thank you. Good night. Bye.